Good morning, everyone. Sorry, it's 10 o'clock. Sorry. Oh, is it? I'm just looking straight ahead and it looks...
That one says 12, but my computer...
Mine says 9:57.
So which one do we go? Because that says 10. Do you want a coffee for another 3 minutes?
Yep.
Okay.
And I'd make a motion that we get that.
Order for the 2022 organizational meeting for Cypress County. The first motion that needs to be discussed is the motion for secret ballot when required. Can I have someone, Robin? Sorry, Councillor Robin? All in favor? Oh, and we're doing it hands for right now. And then, okay. Okay, sounds good. All right, number 3 on the agenda is accepting nominations on the floor for election of Reeve. Can I have nominations for Reeve? Councillor Dustin? Oh, sorry.
I will nominate Dan Hamilton.
Do you accept? Okay. Is there any further nominations for Reeve? Second time, is there any further nominations for Reeve? Third and final request, is there any further nominations for Reeve? Hearing none, Reeve Hamilton is accepted by acclamation. And you can take over.
Oh, what? Yeah. There. I, Dan Hamilton, solemnly swear that I will diligently, faithfully, and do the best of my ability to execute accordingly to the law and the official of Reeve of Cypress County.
Good, if you can just sign there.
Can you repeat that?
Nope. Once is enough.
I'll get it eventually.
Okay.
Do that on the Bible, so you first in films.
Eesh, yeah. I might. All right. The next is the nomination for Deputy Reeve. We got 2 people. Shane?
I'll nominate Senior Richard Oster. Senior.
That was who I was going to nominate.
Michelle, okay. Is there any other nominations for Deputy Reeve? Third and final call. Any other nominations? Do you accept being the...
Well, I do, but I have a question. There's no room for a senior on this.
We can get a bigger plaque.
There's room on the senior deputy.
Richard Olster, you are the Deputy Reeve for Cypress County.
Thank you, everyone. I, Richard Oster, do solemnly swear that I will diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my ability execute, according to law, the office of Deputy Reeve for Cypress County.
Good.
Sign.
You betcha.
Okay, so we start out with, I'm confused, the Ag Service Board or the board and committee descriptions? Which one do we start out with here? Les?
Yeah, so right now, we as one will go through and select our counselor and members at large to the various positions. This year, we only had 3 applications. We advertised for about 2 to 3 months and only received 3, and they are indicated in green for your consideration. We also had 1 member step down from the Municipal Planning Commission, so it's there for your consideration.
Okay, so I'll just start with the Ag Service Board and we'll go from there. All right, so the Ag Service Board is 3 counselors. And we have on here 2 at large. So coming back is Connie and Josh.
They've put their names forward, and then Jason Tweeten has put his as a new applicant for consideration.
Go ahead.
I noticed at some of these Ag Service Boards conventions that some counties have all their members, like it's not limited to 3. Like 40 Mile, they're all members of the Ag Service Board. So is that, this is our own bylaw then that just says 3?
It's just your policy, yep.
Okay.
It's not, so the Ag Service Board is not by bylaw, it's by policy, so you can set it up how you wish.
But as of today, everything's set up this, because that'd be a different process to come back and set everything up.
So
or change.
what there could be a recommendation from the Ag Service Board or from, to come to council or council to, like last year, remember we talked about like, before the organizational meeting, it was proposed to change how the makeup of Municipal Planning Commission is, and it was council decided to stay the same. So same process. So if you wish to change it can come prior to next year's.
Yep. No, I was just curious.
Yep. But you guys, you said it, yep. Yeah, there's some parameters in the Agricultural Service Board Act that you need to follow, but pretty much the autonomy is with each municipality, how they feel it is best to be set up.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we need 3 counselors for the Ag Service Board. We have Dustin, Shane, and Blaine that were on last year. Do you want to stay on there?
I'd like to.
Okay, you 3, is there anybody else who would like to run for that board position? Not seeing any? Second call, is there anybody else who wants to run for Ag Service Board? Third and final call. Not seeing anybody? Okay, Dustin, Shane, and Blaine are in there. Now we have to vote on for 2 others, because there's a third one there? Yes. Okay, so you would be voting for Connie, Josh, or Jason? I guess 2 out of the 3?
So this is my ballot.
Okay. Now, does anybody, you guys worked with them, is there anything, are you good with, Dustin, do you want to speak since you're the chair?
Yeah, I think we have a really good working group the way it is, and I would really like to see it left the same if we could, but it's up to you guys.
Okay, well, we're not on that group, so we need your input.
She brings up some different perspectives, for sure.
I put down Justin Trudeau.
Oh, Okay, while they are doing that, we'll go on to the next one while I'm waiting for the count. The weed control, that's automatically the other 6 counselors. So ag pest control is the same thing. It's the other 6 counselors. Yeah, go ahead.
So on the weed control then, Keith's name's going to be added to that, correct? Because there's only 5 there right now? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll be on there, just Leslie Ann.
So it's the remaining 6.
Yeah,
Not bad for a senior, eh?
Not bad.
it's early.
It isn't 11 o'clock nap time.
Well, his wife pointed it out to him.
Soil conservation, that's the same. Municipal planning. Okay, just before we go into that, I will, Connie and Josh are the 2 on the Ag Service Board. Municipal planning, we have Michelle, Lloyd, and myself as the 3 counselors on there. Are you letting your name stand, Lloyd? I will let my name stand on that one. Is there anybody else who would like to go on to the municipal planning? Second call, anybody else? Third and final call for municipal planning? Not seeing any. The three counselors stay the same. Now we do need to vote for 1 vacant spot. I can speak on behalf of the MPC, Wade and Nigel. Nigel's come a long ways this year. He's on his 2nd year, so he's picking up. Jeremy, unfortunately, was really good on MPC, but with his work schedule and everything, he didn't feel he could give the time anymore. He's just spread too thin, so. So that would leave, out of the 4 names here, Wade, Nigel, Jason, and Amanda. Does anybody have any questions on any of those people? Blaine?
Is there anybody here that could speak on Amanda? I know who Jason is, but I don't know who Amanda Sears is.
Do you want to speak?
Yeah, I had the same question, Councillor Bros. So I did call and speak to her on the phone, and it does seem like she's got quite a bit of a background into the economic development and stuff of the county, and, you know, definitely is a resident, so, and would be interested in the boards.
Yeah, she is. I think she'd be a good fit.
I read her resume.
Yeah. Go ahead, Richard.
I do know Amanda a little bit. They're new to Cypress County. They're actually kitty corner across from Jeffrey off the Wholesome Road. They built a new house. And just based on a few conversations with her, I think she would be an asset to the county.
Okay. One of the things there on that question is he owns a land company and he has a bit of a conflict quite a bit, so.
Or Jason? Yeah, that's what I thought. Michelle could use some more help on that too, probably.
Don't say that here. We'll end up- Okay, while they're adding that up, we'll look over at the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. We've got Dustin and Richard on there. Are you letting your name stand? Dustin, yes? I will. Richard, yes? Does anybody else want to go on that subdivision and development appeal board? Second call? Third and final call for the subdivision and appeal board? Let's see, okay, so Dustin stays on and Richard stays on? Now, three and one alternative. Oh, council alternative is the only one. Everybody stays the same, sorry.
I have a comment on this.
Yep, go ahead.
For subdivision appeal board, I honestly think we'd be better off keeping all of the members at large as, instead of 3, keep all 4. It just works out really well. I've worked with Tabitha, Todd, and Ernest, and they're all very, very good on there. I don't know Kathleen, but just due to the proximity of some of those meetings, it would work out really well if there was actually extra people to choose from on the pool. Because the meetings are kind of set within 30 days of when they come, and it has to be done in that time frame. So there has to be 2 that can make it.
So can we change that, add 4 on in here? or do
Yeah,
we
you can have a
to-
roster. Yep,
Okay,
We did that last year.
yep.
did we?
Yeah,
Okay.
just a,
Perfect. Okay, go ahead.
I do know Kathleen, and she's very community-minded. She's works with the school and the kids, and she's always there. She always shows up, so I think she would be a good addition.
Okay, so that's our vote, is to leave those 4 on. And then alternative for council was Shane. Shane, do you want to stay on as the alternative?
If somebody else wants to go on, they can. Not, I'll stay.
Does anybody else want to try?
and in this
Appeal board?
case too, it's good to have extras because of the time frame in which you need to hear the complaint. So it's good to have extra. And anytime, like they do SDAB training all the time, so if you're interested in doing it, just let us know and we'll get you into the course. It's very good. Even if you're on MPC, it's good training to have because then you see how if it's appealed, then you see the other side and the parameters. It's very good training to have.
I know I particularly enjoy it. It made me learn about not sitting on MPC, being able to sit on that. It really makes me see the other end of the coin. So I think it's really, really good for someone to sit on if you're interested.
Okay, Blaine, you want to put your name?
Yeah,
up,
I'd
or
like to try, or learn more about it.
Do you want to stay on, or
I'll stay on. Well, we can have 2.
can we have 2 alternatives? Okay. Okay, Blaine and Shane. Perfect. Anybody else? Okay, so for the subdivision appeal board, we have Dustin and Richard as the members. We have 4 at large, and we have Shane and Blaine as alternatives. Okay, that's done.
And then also too, Mr. Chairman, the clerks of the board that need to be done with the annual appointments. So Pam Hintz is our main clerk. However, Patricia, Leslie Ann, and Tara Lynn have the training as well, so they could be the backup for the board.
Okay, so that's all part of this.
Yep.
Okay. We just vote on everything at the end, right? We're just setting everything up now.
Just so that's brought to your attention.
Yep.
Question. Well, go ahead, and then.
Nope, go ahead, finish this off. Go ahead with your question.
Well, I guess I probably should ask this question first, but so being alternates, can we still go, or is it just if you guys can't go?
You can go watch.
Yeah, it's a hearing, so you're welcome to come watch
Okay,
anytime.
so you can come, okay.
Yeah, watch anytime. So we just start with the roster and just because there's time frames in which we have to meet. So and sometimes people can't swing it. Depends on what's going on. So we just continue. So on the roster and see if we could do it.
Jeffrey?
Thank you. Yeah, there was actually one instance where we had to have the hearing, just to call the hearing to meet the requirements under the MGA, but we didn't have a quorum of SDAB members. So the only available SDAB member called the hearing, and then had to basically postpone the hearing to a future date so that the rest of the members could actually be present and attend. So yeah, Councillor Vossler's comment about having a larger roster is always a better thing when it comes to the SDAB.
And if that happens, it's just an administrative hearing, and just so that you have to call it to order and then proceed with next steps.
Which costs us a pile of money, so we're better off to have enough people to do it.
Well, and the applicants too as well. They don't, they
time
want to
and-
move forward too, right? So, yeah, just makes it better for everyone.
Got her? Yep. Okay. All right, so subdivision appeal board is done. Back to MPC. The members of MPC are Wade, Nigel, and Amanda. All right. Assessment Review Board. Robin, you're on that? You letting your name stand?
Yeah, just if Steve could finally do a worse job so I could actually do a meeting. Feel what? Good job, Steve.
Okay,
Steve has to come in and save the day again. I'll have training all over again.
I'll appeal my assessment next.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Just make it exciting.
Yeah, make it exciting.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would recommend that, because this is another situation where you want to have several on the docket when it happens. It's a timely manner in which the hearing needs to be held. And so I would recommend if Amanda is interested, to get the training, because it's separate training than like the SDAB. So if she's interested sitting on this board, that she be included and gets the training.
Yep.
It's one of those things, more the merrier.
Everybody's good with that? Okay, so then there's three alternatives, or three at large on here, Tabitha, Della, and Amanda. Okay, that's done. Emergency and Regional Advisory Committee. I think I'm on, automatically on being Reeve, so it'd be two positions. We got Blaine and we got Shane.
I'd step down to make room for one of our new members.
Keith, you would like to go on that? Anybody else want to go on? Third and final call. Anybody else? Okay, so that board is myself, Blaine, and Keith. Cypress View Foundation. I was wondering if you were going to say that or not.
This year's good. I don't mind being there this year.
I was going to give somebody else a chance this year, but I'm going to go for one more year because it'll be my 10th year on the board, and then next year I'll probably step down and let somebody else, if you're all good with that. Anybody would like the Cypress View board? Second call. Third and final chance. I might not be stepping down next year is what you're saying? Just need a break once in a while.
He's gonna end up in there 30 years' time. He's gonna be the rusty one.
Yeah.
I don't mind being there this year.
Rec board, that's all of council. Red Cliff Rec Board, Shane, you want to stand on that one?
Nope. Yeah, I will.
You can stay on that?
The one's eligible, so.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
he is the only one eligible. Yeah.
So, do you, like, are there many meetings for the Red Cliff Rec Board?
Yeah, we have one sometimes once a month, but
Okay.
sometimes once a month, but definitely twice, once every 2 months.
Okay.
We go over rates and a lot of stuff. Yep.
Okay. I guess I'm just wondering, would some of that potentially fall under like ICF kind of stuff, like because it seems to me like it's an intermunicipal rec discussion. I was just kind of curious.
It has nothing to do with the city.
No, that's right.
It's just the rural, because we get a lot of people from my area that use Red Cliff. And that's why.
Okay.
No, it's more Red Cliff. I mean, not too much even for the county, but.
Without drawing the meeting out too long, I have a question too. So you're on the Red Cliff Rec Board. Is that much different than, so Urban Ag Society? Should we be like, should that be the same, similar type situation or?
So commonly, and I don't know the history with Red Cliff, usually they ask for a county rep to be on it. I don't know if the Urban Ag Society's asked for a county rep to sit on there. I think it's a great idea for a conduit for information. And I think it's a great idea. I'm just not sure if, because usually it's external, they usually invite us.
Well, and the reason why we have a rep on there is because we donate them
Yeah,
the
we give-
funds. Or we give
What
them
is it,
so
about-
much.
Just about 10?
But it's the same as urban.
Same thing.
So, but,
Have one on.
yeah, so, yeah.
We should have
Dustin?
one on there.
I look at the Urban Ag Society commonly like I would like the Seven Persons Community Association. I believe the area reps should sit with their board and their riding, and then that kind of, they know who they're working with, and then they can communicate to us if there's anything that has to come forward.
The only reason I do go to all the meetings, I've been to all their meetings and everything, so I just didn't know if it's something that needs to be put on the schedule for.
How about we reach out to them and ask them that we are interested in sitting, having our area representative sitting on the board as a participant, and so there can be and maybe perhaps an administrative as well, because it's our largest complex in Cypress. So have an elected and administrative conduit. We'll reach out and see if they're interested. Yeah, that would be awesome.
Before you do, go.
Okay, yeah.
No, I'd like to make that motion because I think it's really important that we have
Use your mic.
our rep, thought I had it on. That we have a representative and somebody from staff on our administration, I meant to say, on that. Because it is a big portion of our funding. The complex is a big capital expenditure for us. So I think we should be looking after it.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor from Shane to send out a request to the Ag Board to, or the Urban Ag Society. Couldn't think of which hamlet are we in here? To have the council member on and,
The area council member
yeah,
and somebody from administration. on it.
somebody from administration. Okay, any questions on that?
Maybe conveniently the person who lives in Irvine.
Any questions on that motion? Vote. Carried. All right, we got by that. How do we get in Irvine when we're in Radcliffe? What are you doing, Blaine?
That's all about Irvine.
All about Irvine and Dunmore.
Oh, okay, they're done with. Family and Community Social Services, or Support Services. Michelle is still the chair, I do believe, for,
It's the chair of this one.
yeah,
I'm the provincial chair.
provincial chair, yeah.
And yes, I will let my name stand.
I would think so. Richard, are you letting yours stand? I will let mine stand for that one too. Does anybody else want to go on to that board? Second call? Third and final call? Not seeing any? That stays the same. Shortgrass Library. Michelle?
Yeah, I'll let my name stand unless somebody else wants it.
Does anybody else want Shortgrass Library? Second call? Third and final call? Michelle, that's yours. Municipal Library Board. Richard and Blaine.
I will let my name stand.
Just so we don't get that library.
Somebody go.
I as well.
What if we punt them off the board? Does that save us a library?
Does anybody else want to run for that board? Second call, third and final call. Okay, Blaine and Richard are still on, so now we have, well, you guys should explain to us about your at-large on there. We don't know any of them. You're on the board, so I guess we'll do the same as what we've done before.
If she's watching, you might be not eating supper tonight.
Richard, did you want to speak on the members you have at large?
It's a good board. We get a lot done. We don't meet a lot because it just keeps moving on pretty good by itself. We do meet for the budget and stuff. The members that attend are very interested in what's happening in the library system, the library part of Cypress County. I'm sure those the two people that were applying for that would probably do good too, but I would say I'm quite happy with who's there, and they know the history of where we've been, and also from the planning that where we're looking to move ahead. So I'm pretty pleased with the people that have stepped up. And Stephanie is the lady that runs we call it the Graham Library. It's the one out in Suffield. And I'm thinking that we have to have a representative from there, and that's why her name's on there.
So is she over and above the 5 that are already on there?
I think so.
She doesn't vote. She just comes and represents Graham, just like Joan Cody from Irvin shows up, and she's advisory, right? Because they actually run the libraries.
So she's automatically there, so we don't
She's
have to worry
automatically
about-
there, and because she's staff, she couldn't vote anyway, so.
Okay. Okay, so we've got 5 that are already on there. We have 2 that are applying. So you need to pick 5 out of the 7 that are there and go with what you've heard today. Did Robin write one out, or? Do I have to wait for him to come back, or can we vote with the 8 that are here?
Depends how close it is. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, there is a lot of names. Okay, we'll just take a break here, 5-minute break. Let's see where he is.
And what? Why are you pointing at me? Library.
Sorry, on the library one, we had a conflict of interest. So
Yeah. My chef.
bring my paper back so I don't have to, my chef.
Yeah, I'm voting for my wife.
He can't vote for his wife.
We still on a break, or we gotta?
No, we're still on a break.
Nope, Robin's back, so we're good to go. You just sit and hold it for a bit.
That's why you got the cup.
Just use the pail.
Ting, 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 ting. Turn your mic off.
Exactly.
Okay. Robin, did you vote this time? Everybody's good? It's gotta be the one that we gotta rewrite 5 names out.
What's that?
It's gotta be the one that we
Yeah, exactly,
rewrite
yeah.
5 names. Sheesh. Is Pallister still going, Richard?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, you bet. The last meeting was in, Rainier, no,
Scandia.
They knew you up there.
No comment.
Dan was telling me last night how much he really wants to get back on that.
No. No.
They know him up there because he was overcharging people up there for bouncing.
Yeah. You know, we were having bad cell service. Yeah. I too leave that lasting impression. Okay, we'll go on to the scholarship. We only have 3 on there, but it's been brought to my attention that it should be the whole council on there.
Just recommended, administration is recommending that all of council is on that committee.
You want to make a motion?
I'll make that motion that all members of council are on that committee
Instead of 3.
instead of 3.
Yeah. Okay. So that'll be all council, that's the motion. Any questions or comments on it? Vote. Carried. That one will be all of council. Regional Landfill Authority. Here we go. Shane and Lloyd, would you like to leave your name stand? Yes?
Yes, I would. I got some unfinished business. Hopefully they're not, I know they were hoping they wouldn't see me tomorrow, but.
Does anybody else want to run on that one? Second call? Third and final call? You two are still on. I'll leave my name as the alternative. Robin?
Just from a tactical standpoint, as Reeve, you can sit on and attend any of the meetings, correct? Yep. I wouldn't mind being an alternate on it, as long as it doesn't prevent you from coming to any meetings. I'm just thinking that,
Okay, you're putting your name up, so everybody will vote on it.
So can I just for clarification, so it's an open meeting, so anybody can attend it? So the alternate, so in case Councillor Shane or Councillor Lloyd are not available to attend, the alternate would step in their place for voting. So, but anybody can attend it. It is a public meeting unless you go in closed session.
Yeah. You're gonna withdraw? Okay. Okay, so then that one's done. I'm staying on, oh, did I do second and third on that? Sure. No, yeah. Second. All right, that one's done. So back to the Municipal Library Board. Charlotte, Rhonda, Deb, Jamie, and Allison are on the board. Foothills Little Bow, that's all of council. Southeast Alberta Reeves and Mares, that's Reeve or whoever I asked to go in my place. Medicine Hat Exhibition. Dustin's alternate, Shane's first.
I'll leave my name on there.
Leave your name on, okay.
I guess.
Are you,
I'm still a shareholder of it, but.
are you? Okay. So, are you a shareholder? No? Okay, that works. Just, the only reason I asked is they've been giving me a lot of calls lately to go to those meetings. There's another one tomorrow. Have you been called for it?
Nope.
No? I think it's, oops. But
Maybe-
it doesn't matter. As a Reeve, I can go, so.
They're mad at me.
Are they? Okay, does anybody else want to go on that board? Second call? Third and final call. Okay, that one stays the same. Palliser Economic Partnership, Richard and Robin are on that one. Robin, you letting your name stand?
Sure, unless somebody else wants it.
Richard, are you letting your name stand?
You know, I will, just because if I'm lucky enough to get back on Verge, it kind of goes in partnership a bit with, you can kind of follow more what's going on in the province. So, yes, I would like to leave my name on there.
Everybody's trying to pawn that one off. Keith, are you putting your name up for that one? Richard or Robin, are you staying on it, or you're withdrawing your name? Okay. Anybody else want to go on PEP? Third and final call. Keith and Richard are PEP. Verge. Richard is on there, but he's stepping down this year. I would put my name up for, oh, not that one?
No, I'd like to leave my name on for Verge. It's the Community Futures
Okay.
Entrecourt that my time is up, so figuratively
Shouldn't-
speaking.
I was going to say, you shouldn't say your time's up too quickly. Okay, so Verge, Richard, are you letting your name stand on that? I am. Does anybody want to go on Verge? Second call, third and final call. Richard stays on that. Now you have to vote for Barry or Amanda on this one. I think Amanda just wanted one, just to get in. I think Amanda just wanted one to start getting her feet wet. Yeah. Yeah, he puts a lot of effort in. Yeah, I'm on that other community one with him too. He's very community minded. Okay, while they're counting those votes, we'll go on to the community futures. That's one Richard has to step down on. I would put my name up for that one for a year. Does anybody else want to put their name up for it? Second call? Third and final call. Okay, don't see anybody. You say that with a smile, that worries me a little. Highway 3 twinning, Shane's on that.
I'll leave my name on there. I
Okay.
enjoy it, it's sort of up my alley.
Okay, does anybody else want to run for Highway 3? Second call?
Expertise. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Third and final call. Okay, I'm down as the alternative. I think I'm down there because sometimes it corresponds with the mayors and Reeves, so if he can't make it, I can go early to it. Shane's been pretty good at making all those, though. So. But if somebody wants it, you can. Second call, third and final. Okay, I stay as the alternative. Milk River Basin, Dustin.
I wouldn't mind switching with Richard if you'd like it. I'd be the alternate if you want to be the main.
I didn't see that coming.
Or we can give it to Keith
How about that guy?
or that guy. I don't care.
Okay, yeah, I can switch with you, Dustin. I think this watershed stuff's pretty darn important for us, and
Yeah.
yeah, okay, I'll switch with you.
Who's to say somebody else isn't going to put their name up? And the alternative, does anybody else want to go on this board? Second call? Third and final call? Nobody else wants to? Okay, so these two just switch. Thank you. Which one was this? Verge. Barry is on Verge. Thank you. Southeastern Watershed, Robin? You don't want to be on that anymore? Why not? Maybe you're going to be stuck on it. Maybe nobody else wants it. No chance? That one stays the same. Next. Keith, you want that one? Oh, you'll be good on that one.
What about the other guy down there?
Lloyd?
He sort of lives in the hills.
Yeah, he's a water guy.
See, well, Elf used to be really involved in that. Did you have any meetings?
We had some meetings.
Did you? Yeah, Elf was, he liked it, but Keith, you're putting your name up for it? All right.
Give her a go for a year.
Second, third, and final. Keith, it's all yours, Keith. Regional Drainage, Dustin. You leaving your name up?
You have to,
Does anybody else want Regional Drainage? Second call? Third call? Okay, Dustin stays on that. Yeah. Physician attraction, Richard, do you even do anything on that one?
We have never had a meeting. I've never had any notice. So yeah, I'm staying on this one. I'll leave my name on there, sure.
The shit if we actually have to start doing that.
Well, I got a story about that.
Anybody, anybody else want to put their name up for it? Second call, third and final call? Richard is the one that needs a doctor. Auditor. One council, well, that's just Reeve and Deputy Reeve, right?
For the auditor?
Yeah.
No, it's just, you have to be appointed every year.
Oh,
So the RFP was done in
Oh, right.
22, so it's good for 22, 23, 24, and then when we need to redo it in 25.
okay, so that's just KPMG. Okay. Business Accuracy Committee. Which one is that? Oh, that's the Chambers. Richard is first.
So with COVID, this thing got shut down. I have no idea if it's going to start up again. Sure, I can leave my name on it again if something does come up. We can look at it and then decide down the road maybe if we even need this on it.
Robin and Dustin. Dustin, you leaving your name up? You're coming down. Robin, you leaving your name up? Yeah. Shane?
I'd like to put my name up. I'd like to get a little more involved with that part of stuff.
Okay. Shane?
You know, to offend anybody. I'd like to put my name up.
Okay, and I would like to put my name up for that one.
Right away. Scrap going on.
Scrap going. They've got a scrap going on. So there's three choices. You have Robin, Dan, and Shane. Does anybody else want to put their name up? Not seeing any? Vote.
I guess we're gonna vote
For two, or one. You should vote for two. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, just, can we go back to the Agricultural Service Board? So on here, it was, Counselor Dustin is the chairperson, and I believe council is the one that appoints who it is, or do you guys point? You guys did, okay, just
That's what I thought. That's why I didn't bring it up.
Okay.
The Ag Service Board voted in, right?
want to make sure that if it was,
Same as we do with the MPC.
sounds great to me. I just wanted to, just, you know, we're doing it right now, so, oops. So,
Yep.
yeah, perfect.
Just for FYI, he will be the chairman.
Yeah, just.
We'll just keep it the same.
You can write it down. We'll make it formal
Yeah.
at the next meeting, but
Sounds good.
he has no choice.
Yeah, I guess. Well, you guys could be split. If the other two say no.
That's kind of why I can't go either.
You going?
All right, that's-
You going to the conference?
I'm gonna try to make it, yeah.
I don't think I can. I can't.
Oh, we should have negotiated this
Yeah, I
before we
won't
did
leave till
that.
the 27th, so I can sneak it in.
I'm not, mine are going tomorrow, but I got Mitch Zeller is, and I need his help, and it's hard to say no.
Next Tuesday.
Why do they have these things when, busy time of year? I don't understand.
I know.
Like it's ag, think about it.
If it was close, it might be able to do, but I just, I don't know if I can go up the night before or not. His dad's gone, so I'm gonna feed.
And we just weaned, I mean, I got frickin' 300 calves in there that are being weaned a week, that's right when they're gonna be getting sick.
Yep. No, you gotta look after, like I said, I'm
So I
gonna
don't think I'm
be sneaking away.
It sounded really good a couple months ago.
But I'm gonna bring that up.
Bring it up then if you can make it, yeah.
To even,
Robin and myself are on. Yeah. So I need a motion to destroy the ballots. That's, Blaine's making a motion. Yeah. Vote. Okay, and a motion to appoint everybody. As per the schedule today. Keith? Sorry, Michelle. Vote. Carried. All right. That's adjourn, or I adjourn that one?
Lloyd's swimming, so he needs. His teeth are floating.
Did somebody give him a bucket? Okay, I adjourn the work meeting, and we will take a 5-minute break before council. The agenda. Any additions or deletions? Terlin?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, request for variance from RES in regards to a depth of directional drilling. And this request variance is as per the design standards that council has in policy. So if they wish to vary from it, that needs to be a motion of council. So I'd like to request that in new biz. And also, too, in closed session, just a brief discussion on the horsefly spillway update. There was a meeting yesterday, and just to give you just a brief update on it, because we are a significant partner in that project.
So horsefly will be 10.2, and request for variance will be 9.6. Okay, get somebody to move the agenda with the additions. Michelle? And you can vote now by your screen in front of you.
Yeah, I know.
Vote. I had to look at it too. Good thing Dustin said it. I would. Keith? Variance.
Variance request again.
You working there, Keith?
You have to push enter meeting?
It's not, it's
Yeah. We'll get that fixed in a minute here for you, see as Michael gets down here. Delegation request, Tarlene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Medicine Hat Women's Shelter Society would like to request a delegation to council at the November 22nd. And it is an update on the programs and services that they provide to our community.
Robin's moving it. Any questions or comments on it? Vote. Carried. 5.1, Tarlene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bylaw 2022-24, local improvement, McGuinness. Before you on page 10 is the recommended motion that council moves first, second, and third readings of bylaw 2022-24, local improvement. And there is background information on 10 and 11, and the bylaw is on 12.
Dustin, sorry. Dustin's moving first. Vote. Did it show up for you, Keith?
Do we need to unplug it?
That's carried. That's first. Somebody want to move second? Lloyd is moving second. Vote. That's carried. Move to have third. Robin. Vote. Yeah, Robin, can you vote? Now you are. That's carried. Moving third. Blaine's moving third. Vote. I'm going too quick on that for you, Les? Okay. Just do a,
Show of hands.
no, we're good on this one. It's up there. Keith says yes all the way through so far, if anybody's asking. So that's carried. Do you want a second to try and fix that, or? Okay, I will, we'll just keep going forward and I'll just look at you, Keith. 5.2, Darrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bylaw 2022-25, local improvement plant. It's on page 18. The background information is 18 and 19 and 20, and the bylaw is on 21. The recommended motions, council moves first, second, and third readings of bylaw 2022-25, local improvement.
Thank you. Michelle's moving first. Vote. Lloyd, Shane, vote. That's carried. Keith is moving second. Any questions on it? Not seeing any. Vote. Carried. Moving to have third. Shane,
Nope. Sure.
vote. Robin? Carried. Lloyd's moving third. Vote. Carried. 6.1, Tarlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. September operating update, page 29. It goes from 29 to 59. And the recommended motion is that council receive the September 2022 operating budget update for information. And there's lots of info. Do you have any questions?
So you moving it?
I'll move it.
Okay, you have a question?
Of course.
Well, I was trying to be polite in my new position here.
That's good. Total cost increase 150%, RCMP, page 31. That's a big jump.
It's gonna go up to 750.
50.
Yep, that's a police costing model.
So did that catch us off guard, or did we knew?
Because there was an increase to the agreement. And so it's going up substantially. By the end of 25, it'll be $750,000.
Yeah, but I'm just going off of this now, like our increase this year was 150%, but we only budgeted, increase was only 10%.
Because they invoice us more because of the agreement with the RCMP. So,
Had a new agreement, the RCMP, since 2017.
And they gave them the world, so we got stuck with that extra.
A portion
But
of
we didn't see it coming until,
That's
what you're asking, yeah.
yeah, that's what I'm asking.
We didn't see it coming because they just finished negotiating it about 3 or 4 months, or 5 months ago. Robin, go ahead.
So just for clarification, Taryn, this is the increase after the agreement was signed moving forward. This is not the retroactive cost though, right? Because I know that the feds held off on sending out the invoices on the retroactive. That's one of the things FCM's been pushing hard for. So can you confirm that this is not the retroactive pay, that this is just the costing model post-agreement moving forward? Because I know that there was a significant increase.
yeah, I'll have to confirm that though, because some of the discussions with the other municipalities, there was retro on it. So I'll have to confirm that. But the cost was elevated more than what they projected. So I'll have to confirm that.
Yeah, because I would say that if it includes the retroactive costs, to hold off on paying that right now. Most communities are. And when we met with Minister Mendocino in Regina in June, they had agreed to put the invoicing on hold for that because there has been progress made on trying to get the feds to eat that because, as you know, it impacts us directly. We weren't at the table. They basically agreed to going back 7 years, and we don't accept that that's fair.
And it's causing undue hardship on
Absolutely.
on many municipalities. So let us confirm that, and we'll bring that back.
Okay, thanks.
On that note, though, we've only been involved in this for 1 year, so we shouldn't be retro on the 7 years. It should only be for the time that we're involved with the contract.
Yeah, so in Alberta, I believe that it comes through the province, and the province works with us on the costing. In some municipalities like Saskatchewan, BC, Manitoba, they have contracts directly with the RCMP, but the RCMP contract is through the feds. And so when they went through and negotiated it with the federal government then sent a bill to the municipality. Some of those munis were seeing an increase. They had to up their municipal taxes by 5 to 8% just to cover the additional expenses from the back pay. And so that's a huge part of what we've been fighting and saying that makes no sense. They weren't at the table. You had no ability to negotiate or anything or to anticipate what that was going to look like. And so for the last, I would say 2 years, year and a half for sure, it's been one of the top priorities within the rural side is police costing. So, yeah.
And so in many municipalities, for urbans, if you're over 5,000 people, you have, prior to the police costing model, you had to contribute.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
yeah, like Redcliffe had to contribute all those years, but we just started a year ago.
Because we don't have the authority to have our own police force.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
It's a lot of money.
question, Shane.
Well, yeah, I did read it, and I do have another question.
Okay, go ahead. You had it on.
This one's for Mr. Public Works, ma'am.
Uh-oh.
That, because I happen to drive by it all the time, see where the grader's parked at Black Diamond Energy there. Is that shop heated, that Quonset at the back, where we parked that grader? Or will we be moving it in the wintertime to the heated part?
Through the chair. Yeah, we move it inside in the wintertime, so, and then into a heated bay. Yep.
And the rate stays the same?
And the rate stayed the same.
I'm good.
Cool.
I'm just curious on that one.
Any other questions for the CAO? Or for the financial, sorry, jumping ahead. Not seeing any? Vote. Yeah. That's carried. You're good. Okay. I wasn't Reeve at that time. What's going on here? Come on, computer.
Mr. Chairman, in regards, so there was some discussion about if there's going to be a tour of the landfill tomorrow. There is not this month. There won't be a tour of the landfill
That's
tomorrow.
changed. Okay. We're gonna wait till it's 40 below and covered in snow. That's okay, then you can see everything idling outside.
Yeah, don't let me leave.
Okay, you got it, Les? All right, number 7, CAO report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is the CIO report and other administrative reports to follow. Do you have any questions?
Shane? Did you want to move this one too?
No, let somebody else move it so I can comment.
Well, then I'll move it because I want to hear this.
Michelle's moving it. Any comments? Anybody?
Doesn't everybody else have anything to say?
Anybody? All right, not seeing any comments.
No, I got a comment. I got a question.
should have called quicker.
How did the pancake breakfast go at Dunmore Police Station? Fire station, I mean. I'm interested, it's in there, but it didn't say if it was a hit or we served 2 pancakes or 300.
Correct, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Staff has to produce these reports before, because you would have received this report on Friday and the breakfast was on Saturday. But
Okay.
anyway, the open house was very well attended. It went from 8 o'clock until 1 p.m. There were a number of events, a variety of people that showed up, and approximately 250 people from the public was there. So for a 4 or 5 hour event, it was pretty well attended.
Excellent. Any other questions? Anybody?
I got another.
Anybody without a name starting with Shane?
Why don't people question some of this stuff?
Shane, go ahead.
Public Works. Gravel crushing at Stony Hill. See, it's still going on. What, crushing quite a bit up there? Or? Oh.
No, their crusher broke down and they were down for 3.5 weeks waiting for parts, but they're crushing again.
How much are we crushing up there? Just curious.
50,000.
No, because I just kept seeing it and going, holy God, what are we doing? Oh, it's been there.
All right. Anything else? Sure, sir.
After we pass this, I'd like to bring something up that I don't know when to bring it up. After we pass this.
All right. Michelle made the motion to pass CEO report. Oh, now you speak?
I just found it very amusing that the staff, agricultural staff attended a rat training workshop. And I'm thinking, what were you trying to train them to do? So, that was the first thing come to my mind, so, but I guess we are rat-free, right? So
Poison.
where did you go with that conversation, I guess?
Poison, if there's some, and also too, they train them on understanding the signs of them and the elimination of them. Yeah, not the staff.
Training the rats how to read the signs.
How's that? That's funny.
Any other comments? Not seeing any? Vote. Keith, you're part of the group. Perfect. That's carried. Mr. Hawk?
Yeah, Mr. Reeve, I'm sorry to, but since Terrell brought up about tomorrow's landfill meeting that we're not going to have a tour, I'd like it to add to the agenda at the end. I'd like to speak about a few issues there and get council's opinion. Yeah, enclosed.
Okay. We'll just bring it up and close then.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Reeve and Council's report, mine is there. So one thing that I'm gonna add, well, a couple things I'm gonna add is, out of the mayors and Reeves, a couple for last Friday before, whenever it was brought up, Randy Taylor, Warner. He didn't get a chance to get the paperwork to me, and they're asking for for councils to help out with bringing forward,
A motion of support
what's the name of it?
for the nurse practitioners.
They're really fighting, the mayors and Reeves put a motion through as the mayors and Reeves of Southern Alberta to fight to get these nurse practitioners in. Now, Randy has asked that all of the councils and the counties do the same thing and back it up with more. That's what I got on it. Shane has quite a bit more, so I'll give the floor to him.
Yes, we had a really good presentation from the head of the nurse practitioners union or the head of their, at the Little Bowl. And she did a really good presentation stating how the nurse practitioners could solve our rural doctors' problems. If they were paid accordingly, and the government, at that time, the present government of Alberta was reluctant to do so. And I'll give Minister McIver credit. He did ask a few questions and then wanted to get more info so he could ask his colleagues about it. But it's really frustrating that they're willing to do this. They're there, they're educated, and they could help with our doctor shortage, and we're not letting them. And she did a really good presentation and how it saved us money, saved the province money on health care.
And give us service.
And give us service. And Michelle was there too, if she wants to add something.
The thing that I found interesting about it was that a nurse practitioner and a general physician are pretty much the same thing. They're qualified just like they both have the same amount of schooling, so a nurse practitioner can do everything that a GP can do. But nobody seems to be recognizing this. And if these people would come into our communities, I think it would go a long way to solving all our problems of retaining physicians.
Yeah, so, okay, Dustin and Lloyd?
I think this is something that Alberta should really take out of the pages of Saskatchewan because they've been doing it for years in all the rural communities. And like Michelle said, nurse practitioners have all the same, if not more, training than what a general practitioner actually does, and it would solve our rural health crisis, I guarantee it. But they have to pay them accordingly for it to happen. But Blue Island's actually a test subject of the nurse practitioner program, and there's a lady up there who does it, and she is absolutely phenomenal, and I think she's actually better than most of the doctors in that hospital, to be perfectly honest.
And the only thing they can't prescribe is narcotics. Everything else they can do.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is funny because a pharmacist can actually prescribe narcotics, but a nurse practitioner can't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lloyd?
Well, my
Yeah, you're on.
question was, are there any other provinces, and I guess they are, because Dustin said Saskatchewan. So I'm not really sure. We do have some, like one is in Brooks, so they're
I
not,
don't know about the one in Bow Island,
or Bow Island, I should say.
but they're trying to
what's
get
the-
more in rural areas.
What's the government's thing? Is it cash? Is it money that's stopping them, or is it
It's,
Nurses Association?
how do you put it? It's a bunch of bullshit. Is where, that blunt, but I mean, they're not letting them do it. They can do it. They're all throughout the province. But when they want to go set up, they won't they won't give them the funding like the doctors. So and won't recognize them, so they can't, hard for them to set up a clinic. And after usually working, on a smaller scale or at the hospital, but they can't, it's hard for them to set up their own clinics because the government won't pay them accordingly. And there's no real reason for it.
And the Alberta Medical Association works with the province to determine the service delivery too as well. So there's a bunch of moving parts. In Northern Alberta, there is some pilot projects going on.
Lloyd, go ahead. Finish.
Sorry, but I'm gathering from that it's like the Doctors Association or Nurses Association that's blocking it too? No. Or is it just
I think some of it's a doctor.
the government?
Some of it's doctors, but mostly it's the government.
A lot of it's the government, and a lot of it's actually Alberta Health Services. And maybe with Danielle Smith's new vendetta against AHS, which I'm very happy about, this might actually come to fruition, and maybe us supporting it will help that. Because anyone who wants to go after AHS is A-okay in my books.
I agree with you, Dustin, and that is the problem, is Alberta Health Services and the provincial government just don't recognize them as an equal with a doctor. In their heads, they're just nurses and they should be treated as such. So they don't get the same opportunities or the chance to get, open their own clinics or anything like that because they aren't recognized as being on the same level as a doctor. And I think that's and it's through AHS. I think where most of it's coming from.
So that is one thing. He didn't give me the paperwork, so I couldn't put it on the agenda, but I'll bring it. Did it?
It's on 9/5.
Oh,
Sorry.
I missed that yesterday.
So if you guys would like to proceed, like, because it's on the agenda, if you want to proceed with doing a motion, and then we can
Yep.
talk
Then
about
we
it.
just skip about what we're
Like, are we trying to get the letter so that we can potentially bring forward resolutions to RMA? Is that the idea, or are they putting forward a resolution and they're asking for support of the resolution at
It's
RMA?
actually not RMA. Warner is actually fighting with the government, trying to get it into the rural area. And I know Randy Taylor's been involved with talks with Alberta Health Services and that, so he's trying to get more backing so he can get further down
Okay.
the line. He hasn't gone the RMA level yet. I do believe that was at Little Bow was brought up for RMA. But he's been in the background working on doing this for his area.
So would it make sense that with sending the letter, that we send the letter and also maybe state that we would be in support of a resolution being brought forward in the fall? Like it seems like if we're supporting individual municipalities and the municipality then is carrying that load, that's also the role of RMA.
Yeah.
And they're going to swing a way bigger hammer. And I think that the rural municipalities are, so it's not that we're going against them in any sense. We can still give them a letter, but I think that we should encourage them to up the ante and bring forward a resolution in fall.
Which he is planning on doing, but
Okay.
he's just,
Because you could do an emergent.
Yeah, and I think
It's
that would,
timely.
yeah, agreed.
and if he has all these letters to go in, it helps as emergent, right?
You bet.
I agree. We need a big hammer.
You want to make that motion?
I'd make that motion, and I'd like for the media there to scratch that bullshit part.
Okay. I don't know how I missed that yesterday. I went through the whole agenda and thought, oh, I forgot to put it on. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to send, yeah, you don't always listen. I have a motion on the floor to give a letter to Warner for backing of nurse practitioners so he can go forth to RMA.
Is that what we're putting in the letter, is to encourage him to take it on?
Sorry. So I'm just wondering, I think that we should actually put it in the letter, that we support the idea and that we encourage Tabor to bring this forward to RMA. It does two things, but I'd like to encourage them formally.
Yeah.
Support the idea in principle of nurse practitioners, as we believe that it'll help alleviate the rural health crisis, something like that. And then we encourage Warner to submit a resolution, emergent resolution, to the upcoming RMA conference, something like that.
Yep. Okay, everybody's good with the wording of that? Vote. That's carried. Okay, well, that was part of my report. I'll finish the other half of it. We turn that into a motion. So just to let everybody know, when we discussed earlier today in the organizational meeting, just because we're all on these boards, if it's a public meeting, you guys can all go to the public meeting and sit and watch. Like Robin asked about the waste, Red Cliff waste. As long as it's public, you can go. You don't get paid for it because you're not on the board, but you can go listen and do your due diligence on learning what's going on in there. And that's on any board that's a public hearing. So just wanted to fill that in because I didn't do it in the org meeting. All right, that's it for me other than what's on there. And we'll start with Lloyd. Oh, Keith. Keith jumped to the other side of the building. Sorry, Keith, we'll start with you.
Okay, so not a lot to, as far as council activity, we did the demonstration the other day in Jenner, and a few good things came out of that. I want to thank Jason and John for coming out and meeting with Rob from Hannah. One of the things that came out of that was a number of people from the wind generation project out there attended, the lunch part of it anyway, and they extended training for us to take in high-angle rescue training. So, and they extended, I think, the invitation to the rest of the county to join in, the ones that are trained in practicing out there. So I think that's a pretty good opportunity for us, and they pay for the training. So I think that's a positive for our fire department anyway, and I think it's a positive for the county and for special areas. So that's all I have to report.
Did they share if they'd provide equipment?
What's that?
Did they share that they would provide training and equipment?
No, it said training first.
We'll work on the next.
Usually my indications are if you take the training, we give you the equipment. So we'll see how that goes.
See how that goes. That's awesome. That's really awesome.
Sir Lloyd.
Besides attending the regular meetings, it was good. There was really one small little fire out there. Terry Lynn and Leslie Ann, when I called them, looked after it. In the paper, I didn't know this, but there are 2 bull's heads in the paper for the contractor or the consultant to do the
conceptual
pipeline.
Yeah.
It was in their bull's head, and some of the guys on bull's head phoned me about water going out of bull's head. And my sharp memory couldn't remember exactly where it was coming from. So I said I would get back to him, and Leslie Ann and Tara Lynn filled me in, and I phoned them back, and I think it's done. They seemed happy. They said they were going to phone you, so I don't know. But that was the only situation out there.
Dustin?
Not a bunch for me, actually. There's one thing I wanted to bring to your guys' attention. Quonset Days is actually doing their second annual gala in 7 persons on February 11th. Tickets go on sale tomorrow if you guys are interested in it. It's a gala. We did one last year, so essentially it's a plated supper, and then they have a comedian and a band to follow. And it's just another thing they started doing actually within COVID times to kind of go in correspondence with their actual Quonset Days event. So it's you can purchase it either by the half table or the full table, and it's $400 for a half, and then $800 for a full. So if you're interested, it's there.
Thank you. Blaine?
Yep, pretty quiet in my neck of the woods. I attended the Urban Ag Society meeting last night, though, just for information. They've hired a new manager there, and he seems to be very well versed and prepared for the upcoming season, and it sounds like they got things going in the right direction down there, so it's good to hear. Other than that, yep, pretty quiet.
Mr. Hawk?
I got a question for Mr. Brost on that. Do you think, like when you're attending these meetings about Cypress County getting more involved in that ag society of running that complex and that? Because I know, like last year, I had some people complain to me about it, about that they, on their own time, the parents were upstairs and cleaned out that fridge of all moldy stuff, a bunch of garbage and mold, and everything was dirty and that. And it's, you know, with these other out-of-town teams coming and that, it used to be a really nice complex, and I haven't been in it for a while. But what do you? I'd just like to get your opinion on that.
I think the board got pretty lax with their previous manager, and things did maybe get a little run down, and they maybe was over their heads a little bit. I do think now that they've addressed the problem, and I think they're on the right path, but I do also agree with you that I think council needs to take a bigger approach or a bigger stand with them, you know, to help them along the way to look after that building, because like you said, it is a pretty major facility in the county. So I think with the new, go ahead, Tara.
We just, like last night, we offered to help them out on some financial, if they needed some help, we offered that. And so we've always extended. And so I think we are becoming more involved with the facility. And people only have a certain amount of times to volunteer. Like and it's not like a small facility. It's got lots going on.
And along with that, and like you said, people only have so much time, and there's been, being at the meetings now for the last half a dozen meetings or whatever, there is looks like they're starting to run short of people, they've spent their time on it, and they do need more people to stand up and join the board. So with our participation, it sure would help.
Yeah, I was just wondering if we should eventually take it over and run that drink and that down there.
Not
Oh, I'm
yet,
getting
not
it.
yet, not yet, but we need to keep conversation open, and, because it ultimately is our facility, and the Ag Society has done great work for many, many years, and we just need to keep the conversation open, and if it comes to that time that they need further assistance, we just need to be there for them.
Okay, you want to do your report?
Oh, yeah, my report. No meetings, just dealt with some people complaining about the lifting of the fire ban and some road maintenance and oiling and just general complaints, and dealt with them, and that's about it.
Michelle.
I had an MPC meeting and an FCSS AA meeting on Friday. And out of that came, there's 220 registrations for the conference in Edmonton on whenever it is, second week of November. Next year, because of the way everything has gone up so much, they're going to raise the registration amounts to go to the conference, and it probably, unless something drastic happens, but probably will not be at the West Ed Mall again just because it's too expensive. I too had several complaints about the fire ban being lifted. I had calls from the Hilda Community Association for their centennial, which is next year, the same as Schuler's. And they are going to be bringing forth an RFD for a future meeting for refinishing or resurfacing their pickleball courts and tennis courts, so everything is all going to be pretty when the centennial happens next year. They also asked me to write a report. Apparently Lloyd did it in 1990, or Floyd did it in 1998, and they want me to do it now. So I'm hoping that Floyd was very articulate so I can read it and keep going from what he wrote. Tomorrow I have a shortgrass meeting, and then on Thursday I have a Cypress View meeting. And I think that's pretty much it. I could talk forever, but I'm good.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, can I just, to write a report in what regard?
For an overview of things that have happened in the town of Hilda since 1998.
We can assist you with that.
I know, I've already talked to Leslie Ann.
Okay, we can.
Thank you very much.
You may want to get a little better.
Robin?
So the last couple of weeks I've been on the road, did field quite a few calls with regards to an issue in my ward where we had cattle on a road allowance, and our bylaw and RCMP officers were called out and ended up issuing I guess an order to remove a cattle gate. So we're continuing to work through that and have some conversations that come. It was something that happened fairly quickly. We're going to work with staff a little bit to find out exactly what the whole scenario was. But in the past, if I've ever had complaints about our inability to enforce in a timely manner, this is not one of those situations. Other than that, this council meeting and that's it. So thank you.
A couple of things. Wednesday, October 5th, I attended my last Community Futures meeting. I had given Reeve a call and let him know that I had to stand down. He asked me if there was very many meetings, and I of course said not that many, but I will pass on this full sheet of next year's meeting schedule for you so that you know what's going on.
That was a setup, man. That's a good one.
Well, come on, I'm older now. I don't always remember stuff, so.
Payback, sir.
October the 14th, on Friday, I attended the Desert Bloom homeowners executive meeting. They just asked me to stop in. They had a few questions. They would like to thank the county for the ongoing maintenance that is being done out there. Things look really good. They do have their community association that has their own funds that just does the flower beds, stuff that the county does not do any part of that in hamlets. Saturday the 15th, I attended the open house at the Dunmore Fire Station. Very impressive display. Spent some time with Jason. He took me around and showed me some of the equipment they use and some of the other things. And yeah, I got there just around 11:30 or 12, and there was quite a few people there, and I had heard there was a good turnout in the morning, like over 120. Talked to Rebecca for a while, our RCMP lady, but it looked really, really impressive. Well done. And the firemen that were walking around there were very open for conversations, so enjoyed that. One thing I'm going to bring up is this RCMP stuff. So Michelle and I had gone to Lethbridge and we listened to, I'm going to say the Solicitor of Justice, what was he? Tyler Shandro. And one of the things that they brought up was that the city of Surrey in BC has already implemented a change and how well it was working, and they kind of went on and on a bit about it, and that I'm going to think it was 38% of the existing RCMP members have stayed or come from other parts of Canada. Well, I do watch different parts or different provinces' news just to get a little better perspective than just Alberta. And one of the things that they did have is they did have an election, and the mayor that was in there before is booted out. But the comments in the newspaper were, and this was one of the people who were running against him, it said, decisions around the transition, which required provincial approval, were made behind closed doors without input from councillors or the public, and it will end up costing millions of dollars. And then this council lady said, I would never have dreamt that we would have said we're going to do this and not do a feasibility study, a cost-benefit analysis, and an impact study. None of that was done. So Alberta government is pushing to have this RCMP stuff changed over because they're saying how successful Surrey was, but it's not a success story, and it's not over yet. And I am shocked, surprised that that could have even happened without council, like a motion from council and approval and stuff. So when you hear how successful Surrey is, it's a little bit not right, okay? Anybody wants to read it, it's interesting stuff. So anyway, that fella did not get it voted back in again. What else? Can I ask a question on the Cypress Redcliffe landfill?
Yep. Yes, you may.
Okay, through the chair. 2 questions. How come when I drive by Brooks, it just looks better, looks neater, looks more organized? What's going wrong at our place?
They're farther off the road and you don't see the whole picture.
Oh, okay. All right. And I don't believe you, but okay. And I'm working on some other stuff on another committee I stayed on. Does the regional landfill have a written strategic plan? Like, do we know where you're going to you want to be in 5 years from now?
Can we please discuss this in the closed session when I bring this up?
Do you have a strategic plan? No. Okay.
Closed session?
Sure.
Okay.
You can answer that question.
You can answer that.
Do we have a strategic plan?
Yeah.
Yes, but it's not very good.
Okay. We'll appreciate that. I am done. Thank you.
Done stirring that pot?
Yep.
Rob?
Yeah, just a supplemental comment on with Brenda Locke, who ran against Doug McCallum. Interestingly, I believe that part of her campaign promise was to actually reverse
Yes.
the RCMP decision and go back to, so yeah, it's interesting how, what was once used as a example of how things are going is, when it comes down to the grassroots and how they accept it, and hopefully the province sees that too, because it was, like McCallum's been in for 12 years. He's been a stalwart there, so, yeah.
Blaine and then Lloyd.
I guess I forgot something in my report. Yeah, it's bad, eh?
A lot of seniors on this.
A lot of seniors. I just was gonna ask, administration, I guess, where we're at with our messy charging station in Irvine. I've been fielding a few Facebook things and calls and stuff, so.
So first of all, the charging station that is on the east end of Irvine is privately held. And bylaw and other parts of administration have been in contact with the landowner. Yesterday, actually, bylaw was informed that the parts, so they don't have parts either to finish the project. As soon as they'll get the parts, they're going to get them right away, and they're going to turn it on by month's end, and they're going to clean it up as well, because you'd have to knock down all the kochia to be able to get to the charging station. So, yeah, so that's what we got going on there. But I'd like to reiterate that that is a privately held lands that Cypress County has nothing to do with, because that is mistaken by many people.
Thanks, Tara Lynn, for those words.
Lloyd?
I too forgot to mention something. I try to keep in touch with the park staff now and then, and they let me know about a week ago that they hired a new CO who will be in charge of disaster services. Zach is no longer in charge. So I'm not sure if council is aware of that or what. Yeah, he's a full-time.
And designated for the park,
Yes,
not being pulled all over creation.
right.
Somebody's happy. Robin, you had something?
So Terrelyn, with that charging station, because it's commercial land, correct? Is there an active development permit on it right now that he's basically stating that completion is not there? Because otherwise we could probably enforce unsightly
Yeah, and
business, unsightly lots. No, that's okay.
So we started that process.
'Kay.
And there was, so we've been actively working with the individual, and they've provided correspondence, because that was the next step, was to do enforcement, entry, and all that jazz.
Yeah.
But they've pledged that will be done.
Okay, awesome,
But they
thanks.
have, it's very rustic. It's a very rustic,
That's a nice way of putting it.
it's very rustic. And so I sure hope that people with, because my experience is that electric cars are smaller in stature, and they will have a struggle going in.
Well, like,
Need for a charging station in Irvine?
I would say there is. I would. I've heard some cases where I don't know if there's like they leave Switzerland and coming down the one, and they're not able to make it to Medicine Hat. So I am not a owner of a Tesla, so I don't personally know, but that is what has been shared with me.
yeah, it's,
6 charging stations in Maple Creek.
yeah,
But it's off the beaten path, right?
yeah. Well, and it's, until there's a network that's set up, you're always going to have ones that are underutilized until they're utilized. The main thing is that although I know that we have that statement that says that it's private land and that it's not county specific, like we don't own it, it would be like us having a business park and not enforcing sightly rules, rules on, keeping it clean and things like that. So, yeah, as long as we keep on them, that'll be good.
Okay, that's it for the reports. Blaine's moving the reports. Vote. Okay, that's carried. Jason's been sitting here waiting, so do we want to make him wait till after lunch, or?
Well, Mr. Chairman, so the presentation will be approximately 15 minutes, and then with questions, and this is interactive. So I would recommend to
Have
hold
lunch
off
first?
Yeah, if that's okay with you guys?
Yeah, I This is going to be a little bit of time, so
Yes, I don't want to be rushed.
getting feedback from council will be. Okay, what,
How about 9-3? Do you want to go 9-3?
yeah. 9.3, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is a proposal for the amendment to policy R20, gravel road maintenance. And the recommended motion is that council accept policy R20, gravel road maintenance as presented. And that's on page 120, and the policy is on page 122. The changes are struck out and in red.
Basically, because of what we changed last time.
Correct.
Yeah. Blaine's making that motion. Any questions on it? Not seeing any? Vote.
Excuse me.
Mr. Lloyd? Carried. Okay, we can do 9.4, I guess, too.
Sounds good. 9-4, letter of support, Medicine Hat Exhibition and Stampede, page 124. The recommended motion that council direct administration to send a letter of support in principle to the Medicine Hat Exhibition and Stampede Event Center and Grandstand Rehabilitation Project. I believe Reeve Hamilton can provide further information.
Yeah. So I was invited to the meeting last week on what's been going on there. And there's a reason why this says just in, how's that fancy word? Principle. Yeah, so we're not obligated to it in the future if they don't get the funding. But the province has said they'll do 40%, if the city will do 40%, and then they got to raise the other 20%. So that's, don't shoot the messenger, that's what's come forward on. But they do need a letter for the province, that's why they asked for it. So that's why I brought it forward. Dustin?
Does the project still stand in the same way it was presented to us?
More money.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah. They're up to, I say it was 32 million?
32.
Just over 30, yeah. So they're gonna be, I won't say this live, but there's gonna be a pipe dream of looking for $6.8 million in donations on the 20% side, so. But they're hoping that with a letter of support, the government will go higher. They're following a Lethbridge scenario on how they did it, but with the new government out there and the money out there, they're hoping they'll go higher with the support. So, is it a pipe dream? I don't know, but Lloyd, you have a question?
Yeah, they don't want this 6.8 all from us, do they? Like, there's other people they're going to?
They're gonna have to, because there's no way it's coming from here.
We're the only ones? Nobody else? They don't go to anybody else then?
They'll have to do fundraising for that 20%. But as the municipality around, they're asking us for the letter of support. They should, yes. Okay, hold on, who was first? Robin?
So the last time that this came up, what's that?
The old man's mic is
The last time that we discussed this, we encouraged them to come back to the ICF and make a proposal. And having had conversations with some of the members from the city where what we were kind of being talked about was different than what the city was being talked about. And it was creating some confusion and maybe even some hard feelings at times with regards to it not being presented in a way where everybody was hearing the same information at the same time. So the meeting that you were at, has the city been actively involved in this? Because if we're up at that 30 million and it's 40-40-20 split.
So Andy McGrogran was involved in it.
Yeah.
And he has been fighting for it, so I think they've put him on that. And he's fully behind it. He's trying to get the rest of the council and the city on for their 40%. So if you're asking if they're involved, that's as
That's
much
the
as I got
level.
out of that.
That's the level of involvement.
Yeah.
That's the level of involvement.
So it's just a letter in principle.
I know, but it's one of those ones where if you put the letter in principle and then it actually gets somewhere, now you're kind of obligated in principle to do something, and that's where.
Unless the funding isn't there.
Well, what if the federal government or the provincial government says, yeah, we'll get you funding, and now the city has come up with 12 million?
Yep.
Have fun with that, Andy. You know, like I know where the conversations were when they got the lease extension, and the ask would have been half of that. So like I like the idea of supporting something in principle when you have a vision that in principle is supported pending funding. I think we're doing it opposite right now. We're trying to get the commitment in funding prior to having an agreement in what it's going in there. And I don't like the divide and conquer approach. I wish that they would actually do a presentation to, even if it was the same presentation to all three councils. If we're all at the same time, great. If it's ICF, great. If it's in our open council, great. But I really don't like when, you know, we kind of request that and then it still doesn't happen and then we're still doing the same thing again.
Shane?
Dustin is before me. Go ahead, Shane. So if this letter of support, will it tie us to help funding it? Because you're putting up, I know the grandstand, but this feasibility study, is it really warranted on this event center? What will it really attract for that amount of money? And I don't believe they own the land though.
No.
So you're going to put a multi-million-dollar event center on property you don't own, and we're going to support it. I mean,
Do you believe they negotiated a 99-year lease, didn't they? That was on the last negotiation.
yeah, but still they don't own.
Yeah. 99 years, though, that building will be falling down, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I know, but boy, that event center is, you know, I know the grandstand, yes. That event center, boy, I'd like to see a better feasibility study on it. If we're gonna, for support.
Dustin?
I'm going to go on a bit of a tyrant rant here.
Go for it, buddy.
Yeah. I have a very large problem with the Medicine Hat Exhibition and Stampede Company's values and where they are in their support between rural, their whole value statement is the intermingling of urban and rural. And I don't think they do a very good job of it. Their board of directors are very old school thinking and have no push of transition towards the future in anything. Their ties with the community and support of 4-H, there's a building, the Jack Anderson building at the Medicine Hat Exhibition Stampede was built for 4-H. It's their warehouse. They charge 4-H to use their buildings. Anything to do with cattle shows, we have them there. We pay dearly for them, and they, quite honestly, I think would rather not have us most of the time because we're a hindrance on their soccer club. I don't think they do a good job of valuing their rural ties. And the whole exhibition ground was built on rural ties within the city and trying to keep that history going. And I think they'd rather get rid of it before anything else, and where they're transitioning towards trying to do more event center stuff and away from the stampede end of doing things. I don't like it. And I'll be perfectly honest, I will move no action on this. And yes, I'm a little pissy with the stampede.
Doesn't show. No, I don't have a problem. This is why I bring it forward. Like, I'm just one person in the meeting, so I'm bringing you what they're bringing forward. Who's involved, what funding they're at, what aspects. Richard, do you have anything to say?
Well, I think it's something that's needed out there, and definitely the grandstand part of it is bad shape. I just kind of read into this, they want a letter of support. We have never put anything in our budget or had a discussion, put no money aside that we will get involved financially. So I understand where Robin's coming from, that, yeah, if you put your hand up, you're going to say, oh, wow, how much are you good for? But, you know, we could be good for $10,000 if we wanted to do a token, right? But if we don't give our support, it's really tough for them to go for provincial and federal funding. So I think we need to be there for them on that part of it.
Michelle, and then Robin.
Yeah, I realize they need a grandstand. I don't have a problem with that. That event center, like Dustin said, it's just going more away from the rural that I think it was designed for. And I understand why they want the letter of support to get funding. As long as it doesn't commit us to any funding if we give this letters of support, then because I don't want to pay for it.
Robin?
So yesterday I got a memory on my cell phone that said, 1 year anniversary from the last election. So we're a year in, we've all gone through our strat plans, and we had at one point talked about, once we get all the strat plans together, getting the 3 municipalities together and having some conversation about what regional planning looks like. I don't know how complicated it would be, but I think that there'd be an amazing amount of value to having kind of a get together amongst the 2 or 3 councils and just having some very, call it informal discussion and conversation about where everybody wants to go, what things are going to be. We can gauge a lot based on, if we're sitting down with them, they're like, the whole councils are going, yeah, no, this sounds like a really great idea, and I think that we could do this and this and this. And then we look at it and go, hey, well, how involved do we want to be? When we don't know where everybody else is at as far as direction, prioritizing time and resources and allocation, I think sometimes in government we get really tied up in being busy, but we haven't actually fleshed out whether or not, there's a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow that we're chasing, because maybe we're going through the process and the motions of writing letters, and if the city has zero interest in funding this, if the province comes in and says, yeah, we'll give you 15 million, and the city says, yeah, we'll give them 1, then we're wasting our time. And so I think that this might be just one of the items that we could have on a list that we could talk with the city about in a kind of a group event, whether we do it as a supper or whatever. I'm not partial to what that looks like, but I do think that something like this, we do need to start talking a little bit more with our neighboring councils to see if some of these things that we're talking about are actually something that there's an appetite for. Other than that, because I think that there's too many unknowns otherwise.
Dustin?
Just one more thing while I'm thinking about it too. If there was a need for an event center in Medicine Hat, at the amount of hotels that have been going up in the recent history, there would have been a privately funded one already. Because they would have seen the writing on the wall that there was a need for it and they could make money off of it. And that scares me, that private industry is shying away from it, and yet here non-for-profit organizations trying to go after it.
Mr. Chairman, so I believe there's an ICF meeting coming up in the near future, November. So would that be appropriate to put on the agenda for discussion? Because it's enclosed, because your discussions are enclosed. That invite them again to do a presentation to the ICF?
Through the chair? I think that would be okay. My comments, I think, were more in line with just the need to have a non-structured regional discussion. And having them come and present, that's all fine and dandy. I'm not trying to hoard, the flow of information, but I think that something like this, in the last year, there hasn't been a lot of regional movement. We need to do better at that, I believe. We need to have more conversation about what working together regionally looks like. We brought forward the IDP amendment back 5 months ago. Crickets, right? This right here has been up for conversation now for 8 months. Crickets. until there's a meeting where we have a member from each municipality brought in. And it's fine, and I, you know, I trust Dan's judgment when he's listening to it, going out, you know, they're thinking stuff through. But the crappy part is that the way that that's set up is that it leaves it on one individual to try to quote unquote sell it. And if there's anything that I've learned in my 5 years being on council, is that our job as councilors is to represent, listen, and make good decisions, not to sell other people's ideas. And so if we could find a way outside of the ICF to prioritize having kind of a get-together and see where the regional appetites lie for moving forward on stuff, like maybe this is something that everybody's on board with, then it kind of gives us a bit of a compass or a north point or something like that when it comes to ICF. But does that make sense? So.
Where do we want to go from here? Oh, you did. I'm sorry, Dustin.
You guys can do what you want with that.
So there is a motion on the floor for no action. I don't know what to say to argue or disagree. I'm on the fence, so.
Here's my opinion on that motion. I made that motion because unless they're willing to come talk to us as groups like what Robin's talking about, instead of giving us 3 different stories to 3 different councils, piss on them. If they want to take and they want to come together and they want to make a presentation to all of us at once and we can see where the support lies from the other municipalities, then, you know, you could probably change my opinion. But as it stands right now, I can't support something that they keep in hiding. That's all there is to it.
No action. Yeah, no, it's just no action on the letter of support, that's all it is. Does anybody else have any more comments on it? We have a motion on the floor for no action for the letter of support. Vote. That is carried. All right, we will stop for lunch. Because obviously somebody's angry over here, so we gotta feed them. All right.
Hang on, we don't have everybody here.
Who's missing? Dustin's here.
Michelle.
Where's Michelle?
Seen her wandering across the parking lot.
Yeah, oh gee, look at that. No wonder you want it to go so quick. Yeah, Mr. Trippy White, Mr. Free, sneaky stuff. No wonder the meeting had to start right now. Look at that.
The fridge was empty.
Yeah.
Leslie, oh yeah, I already checked mine, 'cause
I already owe a case I gotta go get from the last meeting, so I was making sure mine was good.
Jeffrey owes one from MPC.
Does he?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get it, maybe we can get a deal, Jeff. Go together. Yeah, yeah. We only got a couple things left, eh? No, I haven't yet, no, because they haven't had one. This will be the first one, apparently. And it's on, same thing, it's on the 25th. Yes, that's what I said. I told Aaron when I talked to him on the phone, this morning on the way in, I said, like, you need to get that changed.
Do you know where she is? It's been since 11:30.
Yeah.
Well, that wasn't my fault.
All right, Jason.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. So before you, our Emergency Services Coordinator, Fire Chief, will be presenting an Emergency Services 10-year operational plan. So as you'll remember, we did, Public Works did the same thing. So the presentation will be looking into 10 years down the road. And so the recommended motion is that Council approves it for information, and then it'll come back for implementation in the future. Okay, so the presentation will be about 10-15 minutes, give or take, and then questions after that. Is everybody ready to proceed? Good to go? Awesome.
All right, thank you. So a little bit of history. So the information that we gathered was from the TSI 2016 Master Report, Fire Service Report, and then we also did an internal SWOT analysis. And the SWOT analysis was really done by the station chiefs and their officers. So we got two pieces of information. We have a third-party consultant, and then we also heard from our station chiefs. And our job as administration is to make the station chiefs and the captains and the officers and the firefighters' jobs as easy as possible in supporting them in the things that they need. So this really looks at our past, our present, and our future, and how we're going to get there over the next 10 years. So the first thing we did is we actually do have a mission statement on our Cypress County website under fire services, but even myself, when I was a volunteer station chief, I really didn't know what it was. So we worked together there as a team, and we put a mission statement, our vision, and our values all on one page, and we actually got them out to each station, and they're all framed up in their stations. So we implemented this at the last station chiefs meeting, and every time we do a meeting, we want to kind of look at our mission statement, our vision, and especially our values, which is trust, commitment, teamwork, courage, and integrity, which aligns with what fire services does. Going forward, Cypress County fire and emergency services changing how decisions are being made by increasing in data gathering, collection of systems, and what our requests for services are. The new way of instant reporting, collecting, and deciphering of information will ensure that the Fire Service Administration can make the most cost-effective, efficient recommendations for resource allocation, future capital purchase, replacement plan, training to match within the level of service of Cypress County Emergency Services. So basically what we want to do is have good data collection, understand what the data is, and then we can make smart, efficient, resource-effective decisions based off of good data versus just kind of guessing what we did or kind of what we need. You know, we want to use the stats, which we'll go through, to really decide which piece of equipment is needed at each station and what training is the most appropriate for our firefighters. You know, it wouldn't make sense for us to do high-rise training when we don't have any high-rise firefighting in Cypress County, right? So we want to really look at what our core level of service is, what demands of our fire services are, and then really, you know, focus on, you know, the top three. You know, we unfortunately, we can't do everything, but we want to do, you know, what our top businesses for our residents, ratepayers, and people traveling through our jurisdiction. So these are the questions, our guiding principles to help us make decisions. So what is our vision for the next 10 years? And does it align with the overall Cypress County 2022 to 2032 operational plan? Next question, which is super important. Will these changes jeopardize both firefighter safety and or public safety? And if we answer yes to that, then we're not going to change what we do. What are the needs for new equipment? Future needs versus wants versus nice to haves? And do we replace in kind just because that's what we've always done? So, you know, equipment's getting more expensive. You know, so we want to really look at what equipment we had, how was it used, and is there something better out there that kind of suits the call volume? Next is, can we find efficiencies such as more dual station responses, support smarter utilization of equipment and resources, and can this have other efficiencies such as PPE, training, and retention? So we're actually fairly lucky because we have more than one station. So every station doesn't, you know, or not one station. So if we had only one station, that station would have to do everything. But we have 8, 9 stations. So, you know, we can look at what the response area is, what their call volume is, and utilize more stations to help us versus every station doing it alone, which is going to be a lot more efficient. So, you know, we can draw on resources. And there's not one time I can think that we had every single piece of equipment or apparatus out. You know, even during the Hilda fire, you know, we still had a backup plan and we still had capacity for other responses. So, you know, let's look big picture and not think about individual stations and us as a Cypress County service as a whole. So a little bit of information. So 2019, I put just our top call volumes there. So basically for the last 3 years, our number one call volume was motor vehicle collisions, followed by medical response and wildland fire. So really our equipment and training should really be designed to do really good at those top three. Doesn't mean we don't want to be good at fighting structure fires, but we want to really focus on sure that we are really good and competent at what our core business is, and then focus on the other things once we get really good at that. And then to the left there is actually what our whole level of service is for the entire county. So number one is obviously firefighting structure fires, both interior and exterior operations, wildland firefighting, vehicle fires, medical first response, which is increasing dramatically, which, you know, we did a presentation, we're developing in-house training for medical first response and increasing our core competencies there. Followed by, you know, we do have a lot of low slopes and hills in our jurisdiction, especially in the Elkwater area. So, you know, we do have a full technical rescue team that's even competent and be able to provide windmill rescue as well. We invested really heavily last year within technical rescue, both with purchasing and training firefighters. And then hazardous materials. Obviously, we have a lot of hazardous materials going through our jurisdiction. You know, Irving train derailment. This year we had the propane semi-rollover up in Shoal Hilda. So we do have a lot of high hazards, high incidence products going through our jurisdiction, which we have to be competent and trained to do because they are super dangerous. Obviously then fire machinery, grain bin rescue, part of our tech rescue team is grain bin and grain rescues, and we've done a couple courses on that. And then public education, which we do a lot of, but we don't really talk about that a lot. You heard of the open house, our firefighters go to schools and small hamlets. We do lots in charity, lots with Halo, lots around Christmas time, lots of joint training. So we're actually going to log our stats for what we do for public outreach and public information and community outreach programs as well. Go ahead.
Can you back up a notch? What's other?
Other is just, it could be things like, someone trapped in a car or locked in a car, like calls for service that are not really, don't have a category, or a whole bunch of one-offs, calls that could be categorized into other. Does it make sense?
Could also be going to false alarms.
Yeah, it could be false alarms. Could be things like, things that are not, we don't have to go racing down the highway at 120 kilometers an hour for. They're more, for backup or for just, we call it general calls of services. Number one, we can.
The answer was no.
So we actually broke down to each station as well, and what equipment's there when it's replaced. So these costs came from finance. So the original cost is what we purchased the equipment for. It has the year we purchased it. Then the estimated cost is what we thought it was going to be, and then the most important one is the updated cost. So, we do have significant increases in cost, and these are strictly for replacement in kind apparatus. These are nothing extra. These are strictly to replace existing equipment we have now. So you can see that the costs have gone up dramatically, especially in the last year and a half to 2 years. So for Dunmore, we have, 2018, they did 103 calls, 2019, 180 calls, 2020, 142, and in 2021, 169 calls. The number one call volume is going to be medical first response, and then assisting other stations with fires, grass fires, with their tenders, motor vehicle collisions, those kind of things. So, looking forward, engine one is 2012, so we still got some years on that, so about 2030, 32. Engine one alpha is going to be coming up pretty soon, the next couple of years. We got some prices on that, and like I said, they have gone up quite a bit. Engine 11 alpha, which supports the entire county station in Dunmore, just because they have the space for it there. Wildland 1, which is, 2037. The current tender or water truck in Dunmore, so we bought that used from Medicine Hat. We got that for a pretty good deal for $68,500, but that truck is actually 20 years old right now. It'll be 21 years old coming up pretty soon. Our replacement plan was originally to replace that, and this year it's 20 years up. But we don't have enough funds in there, and to replace that truck in kind is about $425,000. So if the truck's in good shape, it has been reliable, it has never broke down, so we're recommending that we push it out for at least 5 more years, unless we have dramatic maintenance issues or if it's not reliable anymore. But as of now, that truck is still reliable, no major issues with it. And the other thing we're looking at doing, in the future is everyone can see the classroom area in the Dunmore Fire Station is kind of open, lots of noise, lots of distractions. So we're looking at potentially closing that in and making that meet fire code, and to have a dedicated classroom with a proper learning environment down the road as well. And there is some grant funds for that we're working on through some community programs as well.
Yeah, and I think that's important for council to recognize, is that classroom area is it's kind of an open concept, and so when there's meetings or training going on, there's distractions from noise from throughout the building. There's dust and dirt that settles in that area, so it does become dirty. The county employees also use that. Health and safety will conduct our first aid training for our employees in that facility as well. So it does get used for multiple purposes. But yeah, it would be beneficial, I think, to the county as a whole to have, a nice contained classroom area that, would be a little bit more suitable than what we have, so.
Yeah, the biggest thing is to just the environmental issues there, just because if it's 35 degrees out, it's 35 degrees there. In the winter, it's not too bad. It's 22 degrees. But if there's a call, then all the fumes and all that. But, we're looking at potentially getting some grant funding through some community partnership with that one. So some of the proposed changes for Dunmore is Cypress County to establish a rescue truck that has been repurposed from Elk Water to support all the Cypress County stations with the following services. We already talked about that, and that was approved, and that is really going forward and hopefully be in service by January of this year. So this was kind of done before that we had that last request for decision. We did talk about, when that engine 1 alpha or engine 11 comes up in 2025, that we make sure that it's designed to potentially replace the rescue truck pilot project that we have now. It won't be an additional piece of equipment. It will be just a dual designed equipment, so both fire and extrication designs within that piece of apparatus. And the other one that's going to be coming up next year is the agreement with Medicine Hat for 8-mile response area for Dunmore and into Desert Bloom, which will be coming up starting in 2020, ends in 2023, right, Jeffrey? Yeah. We talked about the training center. We won't talk much about that. We did have some collaboration with Medicine Hat Fire, Redcliffe, and some industry partners. So there's a potential to have a regional fire training grounds within this area right now. Right now, all of our training has to be either in Tabor or in Brooks. So we're looking at establishing a regional fire training grounds with some joint intermunicipal collaboration and funding. The next station is Irving. So Irving is pretty steady. They average about 40 calls a year. So 2018, 41 calls, 2019, 57 calls, 2020, 21, and in 2021 is 45. Again, you can see their biggest calls are medical first response, and they typically have 2 to 3, maybe 4 firefighters that respond typically to their calls. So one of the things we might do is when their squad 2 is up for replacement is we may not replace that squad, because right now, as it stands, we typically don't have the staff to efficiently utilize both pieces of apparatus. So when that engine's up in 2028, we might go to a 5-seater Crown vehicle versus having 2 vehicles in that station. So we'll have some cost savings there as well. This we already talked about and was approved, the vehicle extrication, which will be going forward starting in January of this year. Walsh, so in 2018, Walsh had 14 calls, 2019, 16, 2028 and 2021 is 10 calls, so very, very low calls. Their biggest calls are really going to be grass fires and then medical first response. So this is where we're talking about, do we have the right equipment in the right station? So they have a structural engine there right now that's really meant to fight interior firefighting. We probably recommend that get replaced with a tactical tender, which will meet both structural firefighting capabilities as well as a superior wildland firefighting operational apparatus. And again, too, Walsh typically has a lower response, or people respond to the scene. So we won't be able to replace only 1 unit and have 1 unit out of Walsh and then 1 unit out of Irving. And we do more dual response right off the get-go to ensure that we have the appropriate manpower and that those 2 pieces of apparatus complement each other.
Jason, maybe just inform council of what the cost differences are between a structural engine versus maybe a tactical tender for what the potential future cost savings could be.
Sure, yeah, no, that's a great question. So structural engine, we're looking at, replacement kind bare bones, about 650 to 700,000 today. We could get a tactical tender for about $550,000. So that would meet more to what we already have funded. So that would be a pretty sustainable funding request because we already allocated $500,000 for replacement, but we'll have to go, our stats are telling us that they could use a tactical tender, and that would be only a $50,000 increase versus, a $250,000 increase. And potentially right now, Squad 3 would probably maybe just be decommissioned and we just go with 1 unit out of Walsh just due to the call volume and due to the attendance typically coming out of Walsh. And I did have the cost savings up in here too, Jeffrey. Yeah, no, it's all good. So that's pretty much what we have there. Box Springs, which is on our west side of the county, they go right to the Newell County border. So typically 2018 they had 32 calls, 2019 42, 2020 23, and then in 2021 46 calls. Majority of their calls are actually not in the Box Springs area, but in the Suffield area. For whatever reason, there seems to be a large number of fires in that west of Suffield around Range Road 101. The last 3 years in a row, we've had some pretty big fires out there. So Box Springs, their number one call volume is wildland operations. All their structure fires actually are for the town of Red Cliff. So Box Springs is the second in apparatus for the town of Red Cliff to support interior firefighting operations. And Box Springs does very little medical just due to the lack of populations in the Box Springs area. The town of Ralston or town of Suffield does have a lot more medical calls, but CFB Suffield does those on our own for us, on our behalf. So, when Box Springs is in good shape for the next 5 years or so, their engine's good to 2034, and their Squad 4 is good until 2027. So the only recommended was possibly going from a Squad to a wildland truck when that's up for renewal, just because of the amount of large fires that Box Springs does on the west side of the city. Box Springs does have a very good turnout. They typically have more people than seats, so that's actually, that's a kind of a positive for that area. Just we do have a lot of people that live in the town of Red Cliff that can get there pretty fast. So staffing for Box Springs is in really good shape. Elkwater. So Elkwater does have quite a bit of equipment, very, very well trained, very, very wide range of responses. I'd say Elkwater is our most unique area, everything from wildland urban interface to structural to motor vehicle collisions to medical, landing lots of halo responses into the hills. Very, very unique situation in Elkwater. Their service has really gone up in the last couple of years, and they've done a phenomenal job with both tech rescue training, surface water rescue training, and even covering down into 1-4's area. So Elkwater is in good shape. The boat was replaced. It came in. It was at the open house and should get deployed out there in the next couple of days. And I know the firefighters are super excited to get that boat on the water before it freezes up, and then we will do a surface ice rescue course as well as soon as we get a little sheen of ice on the water as well. So we got some training coming up for the Elkwater station. And 2 members from Elkwater actually took a wildland urban interface course up in Barhead this year. They really liked the course. They really recommend that we do more of that. So next year we're actually going to bring those instructors down there and host a course in Elkwater for wildland urban interface, because that's going to be a big hazard out there. And our responsibility for firefighting is to protect the structures, not to protect the forestry area.
Dustin?
Is that 215 course?
they call the whoopee. I sent the email, but the wildland, yeah, the whoopee, I think is what they called it.
I think it used to be S215.
Yeah, this is a 3-day course now, and there was a bunch of prerequisites, and they had about 12 hours of online training before they even went to the course, and you had to have your NFPA 1051 as well as some other courses before they could even go on that course. So we had a couple questions about a command chiller and what the need was for that. And when I was out to Elkwater, I'm like, well, they have a chiller here. I'm like, it's sitting beside the hall. It's barely ever been used. So instead of us going to potentially purchase another chiller, why don't we try to repurpose what we already have and utilize the equipment we have? And you know, it is a little bit old, but it's in great shape. I can't see it, you know, being in need replaced anytime soon. So we invested a little bit of money in that. So we have a heater, an air conditioner, and an awning on it, and a window in there. We're getting the radios installed, and that's going to be a multi-purpose chiller for the whole county to use. So in the summer months, it's going to be stationed in Dunmore. In the winter months, it's going to be stationed in Elkwater, and it's going to support us in incident command throughout the county or in other jurisdictions, support us on structure fires, hazmat calls, long duration calls. Instead of us working in a truck, we're going to have 2 in-house radios as well as a provincial AFAX radio installed in that vehicle or in that command chiller. So it's going to be very, very set up, and it's going to really improve our service and how we run command for long duration incidents. So we're looking forward to that. So a couple of the counselors had a tour through that and really liked what we did for very minimal cost versus having to go purchase something new. So repurposing what we already had. You know, something unique response to Elkwater is, you know, maybe some sustainable partnership funding from the province. I know a friend of mine, he's the fire chief out in Kananaskis, and that's fully funded by the province. And, you know, they're well set up. So we're looking at, you know, as the call volumes increases in Elkwater as that park is getting more popular, you know, we might need to get some help with you know, more unique rescues and training and, you know, what people are expecting from firefighters in that area while they're visiting that park. Like I said, those bike trails are excellent bike trails. They're getting more and more popular, but the call volume is actually increasing with those bike trails as well. And they also have a windmill farm that's obviously going up there as well. So, you know, that's going to be another unique challenge in the coming years. So we're trying to prepare for that. And aging member demographic is going to be very challenging for us 5 years down the road. We're really trying to think about, you know, I don't want to be, you know, have a problem come to it. We want to identify it and see what we can do to rectify it. Because, you know, 5 years from now, I think Elkwater is going to look a lot different than it is now with our members. And the people that are, you know, going to Elkwater to use it want to actually just go to Elkwater, you know, use it and then stay at their cabins and then go back home. So, you know, it's going to be unique of how we're going to be able to cover that response area 5 years from now. So, you know, I want to get ahead of that game versus almost having a problem and you know, identifying it and come up with some solutions. And then the other things is, you know, consideration for summer staffing, summer students, grants. You know, I think that might be a good way to help us out. You know, hire some summer students that recently completed their firefighting program, because especially in Elkwater, in the mountains, the back trails, that's a young person's job to be able to access patients and rescue people. So, you know, that's where we're kind of looking at. Possible absorption of the UTV-5, which is the little, it's a little utility vehicle, a little quad, side by side, I guess, yeah, side by side. So right now the association uses that, and then they bill that back to us per use. And no level of service change recommended for Elkwater. 7 persons is really going to be in really good shape until 2036. They have the newest structural engine as well as Wildland 7. You know, that Wildland 7 wasn't used in their area at all this year, I don't believe, but maybe twice. It's gone to Box Springs quite a few times. Again, Box Springs has the most wildland fires, so that unit's been very, very advantageous and helpful, as well as Wildland 1. But we have very little changes to what 7 persons is going to look like, 10 years from now. They're in good shape. Hilda, so their engine's coming up in 2029. Maybe proposing that you push that vehicle out a little bit. Very, very low miles on it. Again, they're doing 10 calls a year. Most of their calls are MVCs, grass fires, and medical. Even though the vehicle's up for a 20-year renewal, we could probably push that for a couple of years and maybe get more like we're thinking about with Walsh as a tactical tender, which will meet both interior firefighting operations, exterior, as well as be a more superior unit for what our core business is, which is wetland operations. And the squad has been relocated to the colony, and that's working out phenomenal. The response times is 2 or 3 minutes. It's almost like a full-time fire hall now up out of Hilda, which is both good for Hilda in the Schuler area. Consider in the next 10-year strategic plan, and consider maybe changing what apparatus is out there to kind of fit what our core business is and what the stats are telling us. As well as the squad, look at maybe going to a different vehicle for that based off what our stats and our call volume is telling us. But nothing in the immediate future for vehicle replacement. This is what was approved last session too with the vehicle extrication and how we're going to have some efficiencies and cost savings on replacement of vehicle extrication equipment and how the response is going to happen with zero level service or public safety changes. So our whole strategic plan forward thinking is enhance our surface water rescue capabilities for localized bodies of water, maybe potentially getting a drone usage for wildland firefighting operations. We did use a drone twice this year, once for mapping of the tornado, and we had a private fire member that has a drone with an infrared camera that did a phenomenal job on us picking up hot spots. So we're looking at potentially getting a drone in the future, and they're actually a pretty reasonable price. Oh.
On the drone side, there's different sizes of drones too, right? Like there's kind of investigative drones. I worked with Wayne Volkenfor from Sturgeon County a few years back, and they were doing a lot of pilot projects with regards to some of the bigger drones that had even kind of load capacity, I guess you could say, but they were utilizing the drone for doing county stuff like LiDAR mapping and things like that. But then if something came up, they were able to utilize the drone and do investigation because it was line of sight. If it went 15 kilometers, they were able to get it out there. Knowing that that's not what you're talking about with that, have you ever seen anything like that? And down the road, do you see kind of first response work being maybe performed by something like that? When we're covering as much land as we have in space, have you seen any kind of developments that way?
Yeah, so a lot of urban fire departments have them for doing 360 sites for structural firefighting. CP Rail, the emergency response team, uses drones. They use theirs for both infrared, and theirs is even more enhanced. It does atmospheric monitoring, so for, they can get in and monitor what different toxicities for train derailments of that. I don't think we need something that advanced, and you did bring up a really good point about maybe, sharing it with Public Works for different applications, because I think they use them for measure graveling, which gave them way more accuracy. So yeah, we wouldn't need it a lot more in the summer months, but I think our number one use would be during grass fires to help us pick up hotspots or really identify where hotspots is in a more efficient manner. Just talking with Councillor Ritz just before, and he said that their fire department just bought one. Again, we have no immediate plans, but again, we want to be progressive and forward thinking and down the road. And really the big thing is communications and how we're going to look at communications going forward. It doesn't matter if it's 2001 or 2022, the number one problems or post-incident response is communications and how communications don't problems with the radios. I always joke we put man on the moon in the 60s, but we can't figure out radio comms yet. So a lot of our surrounding agencies and counties and fire departments have gone to AFRACs. We do have a bridge in there now, which seems to be working really good. But I think, going down the road, 5 years, maybe 7 years, we look at moving more to the provincial AFRACs radio versus VHF. But again, that's just forward thinking, something that we want to kind of look at. But what we have now is working for us. I'm not recommending we change anything now. And each station does have one portable AFRACs radio, and we are buying more base radios for some apparatus. So we have that capacity to talk to 40 Mile, Medicine Hat, and Newell County.
So you can communicate good with Newell County?
We can, yep. Yep, it works out really good, yep.
40 Mile. And what about Saskatchewan? Because of their, like with MD or Maple Creek or Reno and them, can we communicate with them too, or is that different?
I don't want to comment because I don't know. John will probably have more experience with that. He's had more. I haven't had any calls mutual aid with Saskatchewan since Ivy came in, and when I was the Box Springs chief on the other side, I've never gone that far, so I don't want to comment. So,
Dustin.
We have comms with MD of Reno and the MD of Maple Creek, but not the town of Maple Creek. The town of Maple Creek's got I can't remember, there's some weird legacy system that we can't attach to. I can't remember what it is, so.
Yeah, so I think in that case, it's kind of using cell phones and stuff, yeah. So one of the other things that maybe Jason can talk about too, about forward thinking going forward, is the ongoing continuous challenge of recruitment of fire members in the more rural and remote areas. That's always going to be there. We know our rural areas are declining in population, and so it's always an ongoing challenge to try and get members to fill out our more rural, remote stations. And as Jason alluded to, certainly our Elkwater station, because of our aging members there, is going to be a challenge, as he's already talked about.
and the last part of our strategic plan is just to really compare other jurisdictions to our size, or what level of service they do, and I did a cost comparison. So we're in the higher end. We are well funded, but I did mention to a couple of counselors that I've ran into that we are on the top. I'd say we're in the top 20% for a volunteer fire service. We have a phenomenal volunteer fire service. We are well equipped. The training that we provide our firefighters is next to none. Like, our firefighters are getting the exact same training, probably better than Lakeland College can put out, with the exact same certification. So we are well funded. We offer a phenomenal service. We do more than just, like I said, Timia is fight grass fire. We do tech rescue. We do hazmat, and we do all these things very, very well. So we just want to kind of find some efficiencies and move us forward.
Shane?
With that deal, like response zone from City of Medicine Hat, and now we got Red Deer County and Wheatland County. Do Wheatland have it with Strathmore, the same as we do with Medicine Hat, and Red Deer County with the City of Red Deer?
I'm not sure what you mean, like we have the same.
Well, the 8 kilometer dual, response zone. Dual, what are they paying if they are?
I don't know. I know like Rocky View County has some mutual aids, and it's a pay per call versus almost like a retainer. So every jurisdiction is still just a little bit different. Some have a retainer like we do, and others have a pay per call component to their response. I know Strathmore Rural is like us. They have a lot of stations, so they probably don't use the town of Strathmore a lot. And I'm not sure. MD of Bonneville again as well. I don't think they use the town of Cold Lake a lot, because they have a large department that they can draw from, multiple stations. And I know Newell County and the City of Brooks have a very good arrangement, and I think Newell County just provides an apparatus to the City of Brooks that goes out into the 2 response zones north and south of Brooks.
Lloyd?
This is really good. You covered a lot of points I was always concerned about. The one thing I'm wondering about, where does 1-4 sit in? What's future happening with them?
You know, yeah, you know what? I thought about that afterwards. One for does, you know, so the last 3 years they've had no calls this year. They've had 3, so they've tripled their call volume this year. And I'm working with their station chief very closely on what 1-4 looks like. We envision them as part of the county, and they're a crucial operation, you know, very, very down south. So we haven't forgot about them. They're just, right now, like, they don't have a hall per se. You know, the Elkwater is looking after their apparatus. They're going to pick it up and go to the call. But yeah, we're definitely working with 1-4. And I was out with 1-4 last Friday night, had a meeting, met all our firefighters, and we had some good conversations and some more to come. They do have a hall, but
They do have a hall that was, they do have a hall that was, what, 6 years ago went in there?
about 10, I think.
Yeah, I think it was 2015 when the 1-4 fire station hall was established, but we've vacated the station for the last 2 years, so.
They do have a hall.
Yes.
They've not been forgotten.
Yeah.
Just logistics have changed.
What I hear is limbo.
Yep.
Is there anything in that fire hall now?
No, both those pieces of apparatus. One has been moved to the Elkwater Fire Station. The other one moved north to the county greater shop north of Elkwater.
They lost heat a few years back and froze everything up, so. Yeah, there's no one there to check on it, so that's why we brought everything back.
Yeah. A little bit of history was that the location was chosen because 2 of the 1-4 fire station members lived, their actual residence was like a quarter of a mile from the location where the hall was chosen. And the county and the landowners were able to make an arrangement because it was actually deeded land, which was crazy because and the other thing, it was outside of the sage grouse protection area, so that was also a bonus. But anyway, the county was able to acquire a half acre of property to establish the station and have actual ownership retention of it. And of course, those fire members moved on and they sold their property, and they were the closest members, and so logistically it has become more challenging.
I was just going to make sorry. I was going to make a comment. Is there a chance that we could partner with the Sage Creek pasture, one of the pastures down there, to house firefighting equipment down there?
That is a potential. You know, we're in the very beginning of exploring to see, you know, what the next 10 years looks like, and you know where potentially we could position some apparatus. You know, there's nothing that's in or out at this point. It's early discussion, and like I said, we had a kind of like a kickoff meeting last Friday night with the 1-4 chief and all their members, and you know, they're even come up with their options of what to do.
Robin?
All right, two questions. With regards to Blaine's comment about trying to keep equipment down there, if we're only getting 3 calls in a year, I'm sure you're balancing, you know, utilized days for equipment, right, and access. Just out of curiosity, has there ever been a test done, for example, on what it would take to get a call and have an engine or an apparatus from the Elkwater station down into the 1-4 area versus having a call that goes to a remote station, because there's still a lot of driving, right? And I'm thinking, you know, without knowing the area super well, that you're probably going to even have a quicker response time unless you just happened on those 3 days to have somebody nearby that could respond.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. So right now, Elkwater is dual response with the 1-4 station, and Elkwater is doing a phenomenal job in getting down there, and sometimes at the same time, sometimes a little bit before. A lot of the 1-4 members actually live north of Elkwater, so they have to come and get the truck and all that. So, you know, we do have a backup plan, and that is a dual response area as well. But you know, even to getting down to the border there, it's still, you know, 30 minutes. We did have a fire down there about a month ago, and I called the duty officer and suggested that we use Halo to fly him out there to get eyes on the fire faster versus driving 40, 50 minutes down. It was a super warm day, about 30 degrees out. Two reasons is we wanted to make sure we had the proper resources there, but we want to make sure that we didn't empty the whole county and actually not need them. And then because it's such a drive down, so we, Halo has done that twice for us now. Let us fly duty officers down and get a size up. And also to join that fire, we requested, it was on grazing land. So we actually got apparatus from the province as well. They actually had a helicopter and 2 trucks within 10 minutes of myself making the call to 310 fire. So, when it's on land like that, on provincial grazing land, we actually get more resources at our disposal to help us in those remote areas as well.
Okay, that's awesome. So my second question was with regards to the Bonnyville. You'd mentioned about how Bonnyville, or the MD of Bonnyville, doesn't rely on Cold Lake as much. But Bonnyville also has the city of Bonnyville within, and some summer villages around. So I'm just kind of curious. Bonnyville is a fairly similar comparison to us. We've got City of Medicine Hat. They've got Bonnyville. They've got to have some kind of dual, support service or agreement, something like that. Wouldn't they rely on the town of Bonnyville versus Cold Lake instead?
I believe you're correct. I don't want to give you unfactual information, so I can definitely dig into that a little bit more. But I think that the town of Bonnyville and the MD of Bonnyville work pretty closely together. Yeah, yeah. And I believe that they may even be part of the regional fire service. They might not be 2 entities. I think that maybe the town and the MD is just one fire service, but don't quote me on that. So this is pretty much my end of my presentation. I just really wanted to show that, we reviewed the 2016 Master Fire Service report, took all the information from our station chiefs, and then, we had these reports, but what's our plan forward? That's our next step after all this information is what's our plan forward? And, we really want to look at what our call volume was, what the responses was, and then that would really guide us into us moving forward with the proper training and equipment for our firefighters.
So, Mr. Chairman, is there any more questions?
I guess I just have a. Go ahead. I like the way you evaluated the equipment and was able to maybe put off the replacement value or the replacement time of some of it. Just the question is, what do we do with the old stuff? Like, do we sell it, or what's the course of action with the old stuff?
Yeah, it just goes to auction with our annual auction with everything else.
It'd be evaluated if we could utilize it in-house, and if not, then we would send it to Ritchie Brothers or such. And so, Mr. Chairman, the recommended motion is that council accepts it as information. That doesn't mean implementation, so it'll come back at a future meeting with implementation and an implementation plan.
Robin's moving that. Is there any other questions? Not seeing any? Vote. Better wake up from her nap first. Okay, that's carried. Going to 9.2, Carolyn.
Thank you, Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Next on the agenda is water conveyance for fire purposes and response. So you'll see under the recommended motion that it is a little different than usual. So the recommended motion is the council approves the purchase of a water conveyance unit option, and you'll see below option 1, 2, 3, 4, at the cost not exceeding, and it says on each option the cost. And it would be funded from MSI Capital 2023.
One second here before we move on. We got a counselor in distress. There's smoke by his house.
What?
There's smoke by his house in Eau Claire.
Okay. I can do my phone. So John. Yeah. If he's gone, he's probably gone now. Yeah.
All right, take a 5-minute break.
5 minutes, okay.
Yeah, go help him. He's got smoke by his house. Somebody just phoned him, so. Let him figure it out. Or he
Do
will.
we have a meteorological check time?
Yep.
Okay. I'll start off.
Check that smoke.
Go add some smoke to the air.
Oh, that's
Terlin,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 9.2, water conveyance for fire purposes and response. So on page 99 is the recommended motion, and it's different than sometimes how we do it. So there's 4 options. Option 1 is a recommended motion, but there's other ways to go about it, okay? So substantial information follows from page 99 to 199. Okay. It's a lot of info, but it looks at all the options, it breaks it down, pros, cons, because not every situation is perfect. And so this proposed capital item will be, because it is a new item, it is recommended that it is purchased, funded through the MSI for the 23 capital.
Richard?
To get the discussion going, and also because I'm in favor, I will go with, I'll make a motion that we go with option number 1 and insert those numbers not exceeding 350. So, and do I have the floor? We've taken a long time to get to this point in all our discussions, and my biggest hang up, my biggest misunderstanding was the fact that a water truck to me is a water truck. I think anybody that's been in construction, it's a water truck. And the sign on the water truck that the fire department has says water tender. So when we talked about water tenders, I'm going, well, it's just a water truck. But as now we've gone through discussions and I've read everything that has been put into here, we're talking something, we're not talking a water truck. We're talking a water tender that is a whole different ballgame. So I'm in favor. That's why I'm in favor of it. We're not talking water truck anymore. Okay.
Do we have a presentation?
Mr. Chairman?
No, we were waiting for the presentation.
The presentation is supplementary information. It's supplementary. So we can go through this presentation as well, and it goes through exactly what the options are. So if you want to spend that time on that and go through that, we can.
I think it'd be highly beneficial.
Yeah, go with the presentation.
Yes, you were.
Here's the first for everything.
His wife will tell us different. I'd say something, but I won't.
All right, thank you. So we, myself and John and Joey, we were taking this pretty seriously. After our last council meeting, we went back and like Trellin said, we really went through the pros and cons and deep dive into some good information so council can make a decision. So what is our water tender? So a water tender is something that yes, number one, it does deliver water, but it does a little bit more indoor water. Depends on what we're using it for. A proper water tender can pump and roll, and it can keep up with pumping demands for structure fires as well as MVCs. So if we have a large hazmat incident or a semi-truck on fire, our typical structural engine has 1,000 gallons of water. And you're going to be fine pressed to extinguish a large-scale incident, hazmat incident with a single engine. So if we had a proper water tender that had a gallonage, like a 5,000 GPM pump that can keep up, would be very advantageous for some of our incidents. As well, if a fire tender does get on scene first before an engine or a wildland unit does, which happened once this year already, it can actively fight fire. The tender we have now is not designed to actively fight fire. Our tender now, it is a fire tender. It is 20 years old, but it's not a modern fire tender. What we're looking at is something that can A, carry water, and B, actively fight fire and wildland operations, which is one of our core businesses, and then support in other ways such as hazmat, large vehicle fires, and structure fires. So number one, first and foremost, to deliver large quantities of water to the emergency scene in a safe, timely manner. Be able to dump water into portable ponds in a reasonable amount of time, which the standard is about 90 seconds. Be able to draw from clean water sources close to the fire scene. Be able to pump water to smaller units in a timely manner, such as our wildland operation units. Be able to pump and roll, which is very, very advantageous for a wildland operation. They carry about 3,000 gallons of water, and they can lay down a copious amounts of water over some terrain and quickly knock down a large-scale fire. And then, a properly designed fire service tender will carry SCBA's traffic gear, hose adapters to be able to support actively fighting fires in a whole bunch of different operations. And to meet NFPA 1901 standards for emergency lighting, reflective, and safety devices for the highway. Because, a lot of accidents do happen on the highway. And, a lot of times, fire apparatus do get hit because they're not properly designed or have lighting for what happens. I've done some research, and the number one accident in vehicles is repurposed water trucks to fire tenders. Based off NFPA, National Fire Protection Association, statistics show on an annual basis that tenders are involved in more crashes and rollovers than any other fire apparatus in the fire service. The statistics, unfortunately, is based on the fact that often tender apparatus are not designed and or built for the job that they are required to do, which is, going off-road, going to scenes, potentially fighting fire, and that kind of thing. Water supply, so the tanker connects directly to the on-scene pumper and pumps water to the apparatus as needed. Properly serviced trucks also have water chutes, so they can dump water in 90 seconds, get going, and refill the closest hamlet or water source. They can actively fight fire. If that vehicle is the first arriving on scene, they can fight a fire, wildland, or even a vehicle fire. And also to assist with traffic control is a huge barrier because that's the number one hazard on the highway. This year we had sheriffs out supporting us, and we have people going past us at 120, 130 kilometers an hour. And almost every day I get emails through fire engineering about fire apparatuses getting hit on the highway. So this will really help us with fending off position and keeping our firefighters safe at motor vehicle accidents. So we did a cost comparison of a new or slightly used truck at about $350,000 versus a 10-year-old truck at $150,000. So yeah, there are some upfront savings for a new or slightly used versus a 10-year-old truck. But if we replace that at the 20-year mark, the funding is almost the same as funding a new apparatus. So one of the things we really want to think about is just not buying the initial apparatus, but how are we going to properly fund it and ensure that it's sustainable to replace it when the time is due. And, as we talked about with Dunmore Tender 1, that truck is 20 years old now. We did bought it. We do have funds for it, but not enough to actually replace it for what it's worth. So that's why we're pushing that out. So I just want that to think about, when we are buying stuff, we want to make sure that we have a proper plan to buy and fund the second unit when it's up for renewal, so we don't have this exact same conversation again. So NFPA are just recommendations. We don't have to follow them unless we adopt them. So if you say, yes, we're going to adopt 1901 for all of our vehicle apparatus, then we have to follow it. But if we don't adopt it, they're just recommendations, which are really good recommendations based off of, lessons learned. So, firefighting apparatus must be engineered and designed by a qualified original equipment manufacturer. Center of gravity must be identified and meet NFPA and DOT requirements. So most modern fire tenders are square, and the tanks are square versus a typical water truck, which is more of an oval shaped. And the reason they have that is, due to the accidents of water tenders and how they were designed and repurposed for firefighting. The water tank must be baffled. Yes, all water trucks are baffled. There's a little more baffling in a Pacific Fire Services tender to ensure the safe operations during low and high speed maneuvers as NFPA requires. The emergency lighting must meet DOT and NFPA requirements. So our lighting does have to meet, doesn't matter which option we decide, we do have to ensure that all lighting meets DOT requirements. Reflective striping on the sides, front and rear must meet DOT and NFPA requirements. You know, even Volker 7 now has those chevrons on the back of their units, and even, you know, some oil field companies now have markings on the back of their trucks for visibility. EMS, fire, police all have them now. The fire department size should be predetermined to meet the job, you know, so what is our job? You know, we necessarily don't have to have it rated to fight structure fires, but we should have a pump that's able to help us keep up with high hazards incidents and wildland operations, which is our core business. And the water and fill dump system needs to be engineered to meet NFPA requirements, which is basically just has a chute out the back, and we can dump that in 90 seconds. So I did some comparisons. So number one here is kind of what we're looking at. This is actually a used truck. So the actual tank is a new build, and the actual chassis is actually a used chassis that's been all refurbished. So that's what a fire service is kind of recommending. So this one is about $344,000, and this will really meet the needs of what our apparatus is. A second is we did some cost comparisons with different water trucks that we found, and we could go all over the map with different water trucks. It would meet the conveyance to get water to the scene, but it'll limit us in other operations that wouldn't be as multi-purpose as a Fire Pacific tender. Again, some different costs here. These are newer used trucks, and you know, we added some cost in there. So this is a tactical tender. So we did have an option. I think Councillor Richard, you talked about this option, and so this is Elkwater Colony. Actually, the back of this picture is the Elkwater Colony. So they had a chassis that they had repurposed, and a manufacturer made a multi-purpose tactical tender that is actually a really good truck. So I kind of wanted to show this option, and you know, this is an option, but the cost for that is comparable or even a little bit more than actually buying something used or even new. So just to keep that in mind, but this would be a really good truck, and this truck would actually work as a single unit truck for, you know, a Wall, Schul, or a Hilder, where it can meet both firefighting operations for structural and wildland, and provide copious amounts of water as well. And then I just put other tenders out there, you know, used tenders or new tenders for option with some prices, just so we can show what prices are. You know, some designs here. So this truck here is very close to, I think, what Special Areas has. This truck was available but sold within 2 days of it arriving in Red Deer. And this truck is typically what most of Newell County has, this type of truck for their modern fire tenders, which has changed a lot in the last 20 years. You know, this is, I guess we would call a Cadillac, or what's even more than a Cadillac, a Porsche maybe. You know, this is insane for just a truck that delivers water into Rocky Ford's part of Wheatland County, and this is what they have for conveyance of water, and just other different trucks out there. So we did a comparison with some other counties, and you know, so County 40 Mile covers about half the land mass of Cypress County, and they own and operate 8 tenders. Some are modern, some are a little bit older, but all their new ones are more modern tenders. Rockaway County has 3 times less land mass as Cypress County, and they operate out of 7 stations and 6 tenders. Special Areas with 9,300 kilometers. They operate with 9 tenders almost in every station, I believe. Councillor Keith, is that correct? Almost every station in Special Areas has an engine or wildland, and as well as a tender. So just to have some comparisons right now, Newell County has asked us a couple times to provide a tender, and we declined it. We provided wildlands and engines, but we declined tenders just because we only have one in our whole county, and we didn't want to leave our county unprotected because the risk is just as high in our county as it was in their county. So not that we didn't want to, but we didn't want to leave our own jurisdiction without a tender, relying on someone else to help us out.
Thank you, Jason, for the presentation. So I guess I kind of want to bring it full circle back to where this started, which was with Councillor Oster's motion, which was option one. So maybe Jason, if you, in your presentation, just so council gets an idea, maybe you could bring up a picture of what option one looked like, just so that they could see what the motion was basically referring to.
Yeah, so the option one would be this truck right here where all the flies are on it. Like I said, it's a used chassis that's been overhauled, and this is in production right now. It has a 3,000 gallons of water. It has a 500-gallon PTO pump, a dump valve, and it also has a front nozzle turret, which will be very advantageous to pumping and rolling at large grass fires that can respond on its own if needed.
And I think that everyone can agree that conveyances water is important in Cypress County. We've suffered drought for many years. Dugouts are empty. Creeks don't have much to pull from. And so conveyance of water is very, very important. So these four options, and there's the recommended number one, are different options to look at that conveyance. And we do need additional conveyance of water. And I think everybody is pretty much concurs with that.
I think everybody agrees we need conveyance of water. It's just how are we going to get it there? Robin?
So I know Richard already made his motion, and I think your motion was for option one as well, right? I for one, I want to thank Jason and Terrell and Jeffrey. The presentations have been good, and I'm definitely a firm believer in that. This kind of decision making, the methodology, like we're here about budgets, and if we question the methodology, the question that I ask myself is, do we have full faith? And I think that in the last couple of meetings, you've certainly proven to me that you think things through. You're looking for, ways to be efficient and productive, but you're also thinking about things. So I have no problem supporting option one as what you feel is best. And I think that you've got Jeffrey and Terrell that they're holding you accountable too on stuff, and I see that. So I'm not going to get too into details on how you do your job. I think that you have a good handle on it, so you got my support.
Well, I also liked your presentation, but I got a few more questions. Because I know the importance, like both of them trucks were 500 gallons per minute pumps. To me, water is so important. I built a big dugout in my yard for in case I got a fire, because I store all my hay there and it's completely dry. To me, water is important. I know, like you say, they're unloading in less than 10 seconds. But if we have no water, we're out of water. The fire's still going. I know you guys want, I'm just looking because we're so dry. We need the water. Is there other, I know you guys love that truck, but we just need the water. I mean, and how much water is up there? Okay, 3,000 gallons. That was one of my questions compared to 4,400 gallons. Because you even mentioned, now you're only carrying 3,000 gallons, that on a long weekend, you couldn't get nobody to bring us water. If we don't get nobody else to bring us water, we're done. The fire is going and away it goes. We need water. And I know, like, they're both 500 gallons per minute. You can put a dump valve on a truck or a trailer to dump. I got a question, these portable ponds that you dump, are they carried on that tender? And what do they look like? That you dump into this portable pond and then another truck sucks out of it, or?
Yeah, so on that picture there, so yeah, we get some portable ponds there. So what we can do, if we have more than one apparatus, we can set these ponds up, dump, and then that truck can get on the road for a second fill. And then one of our structural engines can actually offload that water source and push it into its own truck or fill up the smaller wildland units, and we can concurrently keep the operation going. Right now we have one truck, so, we have the ponds in that one as well, but we can keep going, but we can bring other trucks in, fill, and then we can use a structural engine to take from there and either fill up itself or fill up, and we do what we call tender operations, where we can get multiple tenders rolling and fill and dump and fill and dump and cycle.
But multiple tenders. So who are the multiple tenders? We got one and then now this other one. So now if they got to go a long ways back to get water, if it's a half an hour away, we're carrying less water. I'm trying to think of all scenarios here.
Nope, for sure.
I know you're dumping, a tanker could dump into, you could have a valve at the back and dump into one of them ponds too, and we're carrying more water. You said, okay, then that tender is going to go back, so we got our $340,000 tender racing back to an hour or half an hour away to get more water. So then, I'm just trying to figure all this out in my head. Another question I had, when you said there was one incident this year when the tender beat the fire truck there, how many people are on that tender?
2. And so the tender we're proposing here, is designed to operate with minimum staff, and that truck can get on scene and they can actively fight fire without getting out the truck and engaging the pump. Everything is all in there, as well as this truck here we're designing can actually blow apart hay bales, as in the newer tenders, but they have a high pressure, low water capacity, and they can really, a lot of times we have to manually rip hay bales apart. With a truck like we're recommending, I believe Special Areas has one as well, they can rip hay bales apart a lot faster than we can ever do it by person, or we have to wait to get industrial backhoes in to do it. So
So your structural truck doesn't, the one that we have that fight structural fires,
they have pump and roll capabilities, but they don't have it's a little bit of a different design. But all of our structural trucks actually are well designed to fight wildland operations, which is our #1 core business. They all have the pump and roll capability, which is actually very, very advantageous to what we need it for.
Jeffrey?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I concur with Councillor Hawk's comments there about, the importance of getting water to the scene. I think the distinct advantage that the modernized tender that Emergency Services is proposing or recommending, again, and Jason talked about that for just a few seconds ago, was the fact that it has the ability, compared to just a water hauling truck, the ability to also have that firefighting capabilities on scene as well. So certainly the modernized tender can offload the water into the storage pond for another truck to take from. But it has the advantage of being able to be an immediate firefighting resource, which could minimize the incident much quicker or reduce the incident a lot faster, right? And so there's one distinct advantage, right?
And if we go with a straight water truck, it is going to be advantageous, but it will not have lights, it will not have sirens, it will have all the proper visibility for traffic, but we want to make sure that our firefighters are safe, so we will not equip something that's not designed to exceed the road limit. So if we just have a water truck, it would still have a radio and everything in it, but it would not have lights or sirens just due to firefighter safety, so that would only respawn at road speeds.
So I was told once, there's no such thing as a stupid question. So I'm going to give a stupid question. Okay, we get this new one, finding an old one. Is there any way that it can pull a pup with extra water out to the scene, and then if it needs to be used, it can be quickly unhooked? Okay, what about the new one then? Would it be able to carry, if, let's just say we got a big fire going, the hill to Grayburn and that, would it be able to have a pup attached for the water, because water is so important? I'm just curious.
So we did look under the RFD, we did look at what we get like a semi-truck, so that would go to a class 1 driver. That really limits us. I think I had the stats for class 1. And then we would have to probably store that at the Dalmore Fire Hall where, because they have the biggest space. If we get a second tender, it would probably be positioned in Box Springs because our actually number one call volume is actually going Box Springs and Suffield is the number one place we have grass fires. So we want to position a truck to where the stats are going to pull it. But I do have, just one sec here for the, yeah, no. Yeah, we have only 6 qualified drivers and more to operate something. If we had a pop attached to it, it's going to go to a class 1.
I wasn't thinking of that, I'm just thinking about the necessity of water.
Mhm.
Like my place, I'm completely dry now. And
Nope.
in the fall, if we get the winds come up and we get a fire going, there
Mhm.
ain't many dugouts you'll be able to pull from, and we're in trouble. And you had made mention before that you couldn't get
Cotton tractors.
trucks on a long weekend, so now we're sitting with that. Do we look at, you know, okay, this tender and a trailer, just a trailer that if we got a big fire event, they're not that much money, that if we got something going, one of the gravel haulers could unhook their gravel trailer, come in, pick it up, and go, just for that extra water. Because if we can't get anybody on long weekends, and we're all sitting out there without no water and a long way to go, we're also in trouble. So it's just, I'm just searching and looking for.
I was just looking at these.
Hey, hold on. No, Lloyd's next. He's sitting there pouting because Shane keeps talking.
Okay, I'll shut up.
No, I absolutely agree with Shane with the water. Okay, this tender can carry 3,000 gallons. If I remember my schooling, the pumpers carry 1,000.
That's correct, yep.
That tender can fill the pumper truck up at least 3 times to keep fighting while it goes for water, or we can get more water somehow. So the other thing I'm for this is the safety, and you've talked about it. It's built, it has different baffles in it. It's already equipped. And the other thing that I like about it is that you can use it as a firefighting unit. And I really honestly believe the staff has pushed this, and I'm supportive of them. I think we should go for it. I think you've done a great job in presenting it, and that's what I wanted to say. I think it's good. It's a good thing for the county.
Michelle?
This is just more to Shane's thing about pulling a pup. Would you need a class 1 license to have a flat deck with 2,000 gallon tanks on it? Would you have to have, you wouldn't have to have class 1 to haul those?
No, that's correct, you wouldn't. No, so for this truck here, we have to have, yeah, so for either this truck or a flat deck with a tandem axle, we would need to have a class 3 with a Q endorsement, yes. That's correct, yeah. Pull a pup, you'd have the class 1.
I meant like a flat deck trailer with 2 tanks on it or whatever to pull.
Yeah.
You know, not a semi.
Dustin?
I actually appreciate your idea about that pup, Shane. I think the big problem is in a tender like this, it won't have enough power to pull a pup, because it's more than likely going to have like an M11 or something in it, and it'd just be completely underpowered. But now that we're talking about that, having one and being able to use it in the county fleet and it being able to be transitioned over to fire may not be a bad idea. The only thing that I caution on that is if you're pulling that with a tandem gravel truck, you'd have to have a loaded gravel truck to pull that pup, or you'd never control it. So I'm not against that idea either.
No, I'm not saying
But I think as for this, like I really like what they brought here, and it kind of reiterates on what we were talking about in the first place of what the difference is. But if we want to go further thinking and getting more stuff down the line, I'm open to anything like that, because I think once we have it established that we have 2 decent fire tenders, I think we can look at water supply in a different kind of market after that, where that is just water trucks to supplement that. I think we're all in fair game of thinking about that. It's not a terrible idea, really.
See what I was looking at, Dustin, even, I know you can buy, there was this 2013 Triton tanker trailer, water. Summertimes they're busy, we could have it parked here at the yard or at Dunmore. Well, no, here in the yard because of one of our gravel trucks pulling a belly dump could come in and hook onto it. Because when we had that Graben fire, I phoned our CAO, and I have a semi-trailer sitting at my house that the wife uses for water, and it has 2 big tanks on it. And I was full at the time, and I phoned her, do you need water? She said, yes. I had it out that day, and I filled a lot of people. They all come up to me, and I filled them, and then I ran out of water, but one of these trailers like that showed up from East End, Saskatchewan, Hutterick Colony, full of water, and they refilled me. So they're bringing in water from there. I agree with, the safety and this tender, but I'm just looking also down the line here, and because we could be in big trouble here next year, a backup water source. So our fire chief doesn't say on the long weekend, well, I couldn't get nobody to bring water out. They were all busy. We have our trailer here. Our staff, Public Works, are working 7 days a week now. They could come in and hook onto that trailer and bring the water out. I know I won't be there right away, but it's, if we're into there, I mean, to me, water is so important out on the site.
And I completely agree with you.
Keith?
I hope I'm not speaking out of turn here because I've used the tender and I really appreciate the equipment. I have to caution hooking a trailer on behind a truck like this. Because this is the way it's designed, is to be used. And to hook a trailer on behind, you'd really have to be careful that it's within the capability and the design of the truck. It's like overloading an airplane on one side. You know what I'm saying? We have to be careful that we're balancing the load. I appreciate a truck like this. First of all, because of the pump and roll, the ability for dual purpose. I remember specifically when we were fighting that fire west of Suffield here, 2 or 3 fires actually. Our tender did what it was supposed to do. It ferried water from Ralston out to the fire because we were out of water, and that was the fastest truck to get it out there. And so it's so dual purpose. It's just wherever we need it at the moment, that's where we can deploy it. And I think it's a valuable asset to Cypress County, especially if we're going to park it on that west end. It covers an area there that we really need to. I found we called to a fire in the county of Newell, and we had, I think, 3 big trucks with tanks on the back that showed up with water. We didn't need this truck on the road. We sent it in fighting fire. So I mean, you say, well, do we need it? Yeah. To me, it's a valuable tool that we can put wherever we need it. It's a multi-purpose thing, and I think it'd be a valuable asset. And notwithstanding, there's times when it may not be enough. I mean, there's circumstances beyond our control, and sometimes the fire is just too big. We don't have enough manpower, period. And so, we're calling in. I remember specifically the night we got called out to the Bindloss fire. I mean, we weren't even on scene, and the fire chief says, he phoned into Hannah and says, hey, you call every fire department in 100 miles. This fire is way too big for us. So, we're going to run into those situations where even our best preparations aren't going to be enough. But I think this in 90%, 99% of the cases is a valuable asset. So,
Richard.
No disrespect to Councillor Hawk, but the supply of water is kind of a and more water is a different conversation. I think you've told staff that you'd like to see something better, maybe they have to work on a list of who's available for water, contacts or whatever, but we're talking about a truck here that can do certain things, and one of them is the idea that they can fight the fire immediately upon arrival. Well, that could put that fire out before it spreads. So I agree with you, Shane, that water is pretty scarce, and we need to make sure that there's lots of resources out there for you to get a hold of. So I guess the direction would be probably, if council wishes, that's your next thing to work on. But I still stand by my motion. I think this is the way to go.
No, I agree with you, Richard, on this truck. I mean, they got me convinced, especially that it's got the power to blow bales apart, because I've been to bale fires and seen it, and growing up, we had a big one on our ranch. But okay, down the road, I would just like us to have, so our fire chief doesn't come in and say, I couldn't get no water on the long weekend. Nobody was available. That we do have a backup plan. That's a backup plan, just a trailer sitting here.
And we can bring a water strategy forward as well. Because the TSI actually talks about that as well too, so we could further that. That's not a problem.
Sir Blaine.
I'll be quick. I agree. First of all, I'd like to thank Jason for his due diligent work with this proposal. It was outstanding information for me personally to look over and understand. Totally agree with Richard with his point that we're looking at a piece of equipment that is dual purpose. When we're talking water, we need to take that into the next conversation, and whether it's, and I like option 10 or 4 here, or option 4, maybe we buy a tanker trailer that's sitting there, and then we go further of finding bodies of water. I know where there's bodies of water out there that are full right now that have springs in them. Maybe we have to allocate them, from the public, whether it's a cost venture or whatever we have to do going forward. But all valid points, and I just want to bring that up, and that's my story.
Well, not as quick as you could have been. Wow. Any other comments or questions? We have a motion on the floor. You keep your hand down.
No, I want to ask, can we make this motion, then I'd like to make one afterwards.
See, if you would have held off, you would have heard me say we have a motion on the floor that we're going to vote on now.
Okay. I want it to be like you and interrupt.
Oh, you do? Holy cow.
No more. Yep. You know I have the control of your mic, right?
That's a pretty big hammer.
See, got everybody going again.
All right, motion on the floor is to buy the tender, number 1. Any more questions? Vote. Carried. We'll make a motion for a trailer, make one to bring one back.
I'd like to make a motion that staff research, semi-trailer for water storage.
How about bring back a water strategy?
Okay, that'll work. Water strategy. Yeah.
Don't need the trailer if we don't.
So to look at equipment, further equipment and resources on droughts years like we got going on.
Okay.
You're good with that?
Yep.
Okay.
Let me get this clear. He wants to spend more money. Is that what we're listening? Is that what I'm hearing?
We need water.
Okay, just checking.
It's sitting here, we got fire hydrants here, and
It's all about the farmers, you know.
But they need to be.
your house may be on fire.
Let it go. All right, everybody knows what the next motion is? Spend more money? Okay. By Shane Hawk.
Yeah.
Okay. With a plan. yeah.
Water plant.
Vote,
So we can raise
so you can raise farm taxes.
acreage taxes.
Carried. All right. Everything else is done except for in camera.
That, for RES, the variance, that,
Oh, I forgot about the.
that's
add-on.
cool.
Yeah.
It was handed out
9.6,
to everybody.
Sorry.
Awesome.
Jesus. It's hot in here.
See, I like how warm it is.
I can't
It's cold.
take it anymore.
We're in close, so you take this thing off.
We're not enclosed.
We're not enclosed.
But you're
We'll
gonna,
take
but
it
for
off
heat
if we
exhaustion, yeah, that's, yeah.
I'm not.
Following rules. Mr. Rule Breaker.
Several of us now who are breaking the rules, so.
Someone just has to lead the rule break.
Either that or we're all gonna pass out. Did Robin run away? Okay. You can go ahead and start there, Lynn. There's no.
Okay. So RES is the contractor doing the Hilda Wind Project, and they have asked for council's consideration. The recommended motion is that council approve RES Canada's request for a variance to development permits 22011 and 22017 for not meeting the required depth of 3 meters under the lowest point of the road right-of-way, and allowing the current cables to remain at 1.2 meter depth, and that RES would be responsible to remediate the crossing as necessary at their cost, and posting signage indicating the buried hazards. So the standards, the design standards, ask for it to be at 3 meters. Kim could talk further about the situation that's occurred. However, if there's a deviation from that policy, it comes to you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions for Kim? Oh, actually, I need a motion.
On page 3 and 4 is the request letter.
What about liability? Was that? Kim? Yeah, I do need a motion.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. So what happened here is it was an undeveloped road allowance, and they were paralleling the gas line. They went underneath the gas line at the required depth, but on the undeveloped road allowance, one side was fenced, and the other side was just open field. So it didn't clue in till after they already did the splice, and that's why they can't get any more materials through the splice. So they were going to go back and change it, but they called and they couldn't get any more materials, so that would delay their whole project 6 months, and that's why they asked for the request, which we've granted in the past, but in their letter and also in their agreement saying that they're 100% responsible for that line.
So that's your liability said. Dustin?
So I'll move it. But what is the requirement for, like, national standard for buried electrical?
3 meters.
Is it 3 meters?
National? No, it's ours is 3 meters through road right-of-ways. That's due to the road, but only for electrical, I think it's 0.6 of a meter. And I don't know about for this type of, but for just normal in residential, it's like a meter. Just under a meter, it's like 2.5 feet.
Yeah, because like 3 meters is 10 feet.
Yeah.
roughly.
So we're the road authority, and so commonly, like, we are permitted to have the design standards, because if, at any time, if they do the 3 meters, and then we have to, it becomes the new Trans-Canada Highway, well, they've already met their obligations of putting it at, so any moving of the lines would be at our cost. Because it's the 1.2, if we ever have to move it, it's at their cost.
Okay.
And they acknowledge if they don't follow, like, if those parameters, then we can stop the power flowing through.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. Oh,
So they're not going to come back and fix this 6 months down the road when they get more material.
No, that's what this request is, so that they can just move on, yeah. And then they would post the buried hazard signs on both sides of the road right away, so people would be aware of that.
So down the road, should that ever have to get moved, they're still liable.
And they wrote that in their request, and it's also part of our permit, that if we need anybody in any utilities in our road right away, this is for anything, with the agreements that they signed with Cypress County, if we require them to be moved for any purpose of municipal purpose, it's the responsibility of the utility company.
okay, any other questions? Vote. That's carried. Motion to go on camera. Blaine's making a motion to go in camera. You go ahead. timer, vote. Yeah, it's carried. We're out of in camera. Meeting adjourned.
When was the Ag Service Board meeting?
Sorry about that.